darkness falls and we all pray, hoping for the light of day. Down to the river I have held the devil's hand, felt the weight of my own sin, burdened by the heart.
Hello, friends and neighbors, and welcome to beautiful Pickwick Lake in Counce, Tennessee, Hardin County, Tennessee. And we are in for a heck of a week here on the Tennessee River for stop number 4 of the National Professional Fishing League, Dudley, presented by Progressive Insurance. First of all, welcome back.
Yes,
to the studio, to the house.
Studio. Good to be. This week is going to be an exciting week. We have a lot of things that are going to shake. I know we've been talking about it all week, but the AOI race. We're on the Tennessee River. There is a lot to learn about this lake. There's going to be a lot of strategy. You know it, Luke. We're going to fight. Is it going to be a shallow water deal? Is it going to be the ledge fishing deal? Are people going to go maybe shallow, maybe deep? There's so much, and I can't wait to see the strategy of some of these guys because I've already heard rumors. You've heard it too. There's some tricky stuff that's going to be happening out on this ledge fishing this week.
No doubt about it, and, you know, I've been excited about this one since they put it on the schedule, obviously. I'm repping the home state, the hometown, home lake. I love Pickwick. I cut my teeth here on the Tennessee River. Can't wait to see these guys break it down. But you're right. Lots of different storylines going on, that shallow versus deep. Something that we heard from our anglers that we're going to see today on the water. There's this little body of water off of the Tennessee River that, from talking to guys at the pre-tournament meeting, from talking to some guys we're going to cover, that is going to get a lot more attention that even local me didn't really expect, and that's Bay Springs Lake down in Mississippi. You run down the Tenn-Tom Waterway out of Yellow Creek. We're going to see Bay Springs a lot today. Mostly shallow from what we're hearing down there from guys. Can it compete, though, with the big dog, Pickwick Lake, 52 miles of bass fishing heaven?
I don't know. The strategy of going to Bay Springs, yes, in years of coming here, you've always heard of a few people going there, and I've seen a lot of, not I'm not going to say, but I've seen some people make top tens. But, Luke, we're going out of the damn end of the
Counce, Tennessee.
Yes, and that's going to put a lot more people in Bay Springs. We've been out of the upper end more times than not. But with Hydrilla, Luke, you've got to give it some credit, Luke. Yes, it's known for ledge fishing. We are going to see them smash them on ledges. But, Luke, you can't have Hydrilla, in my opinion, and not see some smashing going on in that Hydrilla grass. So
grass love bass. Pickwick Lake's got a lot of Hydrilla. Bay Springs has got a lot of Hydrilla. The ledges are going to play. There's lots of things going down this week to keep you guys entertained. I promise you on the NPFL live coverage. One of the guys that we're going to cover today that I'm really interested to get on the water with here in a little bit, John Soukup, right there in second place in that Progressive AOI. But, buddy, he's won 2 of our 3 events. Will we see him? We've seen the electronics absolute expertise all year with him. Will we see him
at this
point, in the top 10 today?
At this point, I'm really going to say yes, we're going to see him. And you cannot take electronics with John and not give him potential top 10. You're just not going to do it. I think, though, with the Hydrilla being in this lake, we're going to learn so much. That's what's so awesome about live, and I hope you guys watch the whole day today because watching the whole story is so important. And I've been at the tournament game for 28 years, and I cannot wait to watch a strategy because I know a little bit about what's going on. And in my head, Luke, we're going to talk about what would I do today. I'm going to ask you, Luke, what would be your strategy? And hopefully we can learn and watch this game unfold in front of our head because I know all right, so let's set the stage. Luke, how many out of the top 10? We're going to set the stage now so our listeners know, or a little side bet. Out of the top 10, how many are going to be deep and how many are going to be shallow?
At the end of the week, it'll be 7, at least 7 out off the bank. If you're going to win on Pickwick Lake this week, Dudley, a steak dinner, you better be not be throwing at the bank. Our guys, we're talking about Soukup right there. Our guys, our film crew, caught up with John yesterday to kind of get his take on what it's like winning 2 out of 3 events so far and what he's thinking about Pickwick. John having to overcome a little adversity this week, some mechanical issues. We're going to check out that piece right now. John, Soukup, somehow in second place after winning 2 of 3 events. He's not leading AOY. Can't wait to hear from our man, Soukup.
Event number 4, Pickwick Lake, Counts, Tennessee. And we got a ledge tournament going on. Full swing, summer, July. You know, are they on the ledges or are they shallow with this cooler weather and rain? Event number 3, Harris Chain, second win of the year. Biggin. Went really well. I mean, you know, I knew I was around bites. I knew I was around a ton of bites. That really was never an issue. The issue was, how do you get big bites? Oh, God, he's so big. He's so big. Surreal, honestly. It's something that I've always dreamed about. It's something that I felt like my first word was fish. I mean, I just feel extremely blessed. I have no other words for it.
Your inaugural champion right there of the NPFL, John Soukup.
So just like the majority of these lakes, I have 0 experience on Pickwick. I've fished the TVA, Kentucky Lake in the fall twice. So I understand a little bit of how the ledges lay out. I've experienced at least what they look like. There was no water flow at all when I was here, so it was very, very tough. And I figured out how to get bit when it was really tough, and I kind of like that. Now they've kicked the current on, and there's fish are starting to actually create little mini schools and schools. Practice was rough, practice had breakdowns. So I got all that difficult stuff out of my way, out of my hair. You gotta fight through things, man. You can't just give up, you can't just quit. Determination, staying focused, hard effort. When you put that in and you don't make excuses for yourself and you just keep fighting and fighting and fighting, those wins, man, it's just like the exclamation point on all the effort that you put in time.
Good stuff with the man, Soukup right there. Several things that he said that just jump out that make him such a competitor. One thing we saw on live, that word determination. When we were at Harris Chain, he catches a 7-pounder, he pulls his sunglasses down and says, look at this. The eyes of determination. He was determined to not let the Harris Chain beat him. He gets the win down there. But something that for, you know, NPFL viewers, this league's new. Yep. A lot of these anglers are not known to the professional fishing fans out there. Of course, John Soukup doing his best to make sure that the fishing world knows him. But he talks about his inexperience. At most of the lakes, he's not traveled the country. It just speaks to his angling ability, Dudley.
Getting to know John this year, you mentioned determination. The word that comes into mind with him is he has no intimidation. Just like he said, look, I've never been on this lake.
John.
Right. I've never been on this lake before, but he has no fear, like no intimidation, no fear. And I think that plays a huge role, Luke. You can attest to this, is that a bass is a bass is a bass. And a lot of success in tournament angling is being able to fight those demons in your head.
It's all right here, right?
Yes, being able to fight it. And if you get to a point in your career, Luke, where you're just like, that's an Alabama bass, but that's the same bass in, you know, Yugoslavia or, you know, Mexico or what. It's the same bass. And I think when you get to that point where you're like, hey, it's just a bass. I just got to figure out. I know what they do. I know their seasonal patterns. I know what they should be doing, and just go out and do it. There's no intimidation and no fear. And the people that let fear creep into their career are the ones that are going to be towards the lower end. And John, very obviously, has held that fear off. He's got 2 wins, and of course, we're in an electronic time of the year. I can't wait to watch him. But I just still think this week that we're going to look. And you said 70% is going to be deep, 30% is going to be shot. Look at him shaking his head.
Yeah, I said that.
Get out
I
of
said
here.
that on camera for the record. I want that. And maybe more like 80%. But
I'm reversing that. I'm going 70% will be shallow. And only 30%.
Ladies and gentlemen, David Dudley has lost his mind on NPFL Live. It's Pickwick in July, but I hope he gets to prove me wrong, because that would be so cool to see. Honestly, for me, growing up here, it would be cool to be surprised about a pattern going on. And I will say, the first 3 events, I've been surprised everywhere we've been. kind of what's came out on top, right? Like we've watched some amazing things. Hook up at Eufaula with the live scope, with the brush piles.
Which should not have been a live scope.
Absolutely.
It should not have been a looking, and he
Yes.
took live scope during a
because we thought sight fish smash fest,
shallow water. We thought, and here he is going at, and you'll agree, 80% of the bass population live offshore most of the year, off the bank. They only act when we say bank, Luke, we're talking
the actual bank.
The actual
Yes.
bank. So yes, I'm going against the grain because Hydrilla's going out here, but he took that live scope during a time of the year when it shouldn't have been a player.
That's right.
And
Surprised
made it
us.
a player and won the tournament. So yes, we're going to see a lot of that.
We're going to see a lot of that, but we could see some surprises. And something I want to touch on to set the stage here for these viewers. You said that bass spend a very limited amount of time actually on the bank for the most part.
Yes.
The Tennessee River is like that times 1,000 because it's this place. We do have beautiful dock lines and shallow cover, but with the abundance of offshore ledges, you're going to hear me say the word bar a lot. We call them bars, but ledges, humps, mussel beds, offshore grass, ditches, creek channels. There's so much when the TVA flooded the Tennessee Valley to build these lakes, build the hydroelectric dam, they flooded so much cover. And these bass, they can be offshore and be in 3 feet of water. That's the beauty of the Tennessee River.
And guys, when we talk ledges, I just break it down a little bit. Imagine having all this beautiful hills and mountains and valleys.
And a river.
And then all of a sudden you dam it up. That water comes and floods up. So that big ridge, that mountaintop ridge that we're talking about, now becomes a shallow water bar. It's a underwater mountain that got flooded. And when we say bars or
a ridge top,
or island heads, that's really what a ledge is. And ledges aren't always river channel ledges. In the Tennessee River, you have where they built a dam. It come and flooded some flatlands. When you hear it, you have flatlands within a mountain, and there's these flatlands on the Tennessee River that are off the bank. We don't have much bank fishing per se here, and that's what Luke is trying to say. Luke has grown up on this lake. I can't wait to hear your nicknames. He's going to be like, oh, he's on Jilly Billy Bob's hole.
We'll see if that comes out this week.
I don't know. He might not let his
we'll see if
nicknames
that comes out.
But
we've got a lot of great anglers to watch. We've got some locals in the top 10 today on our top 10 camera. We've got some guys that are mixing up in the points race. I promise you one thing. Day one here at the NPFL Pickwick Lake presented by Progressive is going to be very interesting. One quick thing I want to throw in there. The tournament times, we've adjusted the tournament times.
Oh, yeah.
Kicked off at 8 a.m. this morning. First flight due in at 4 p.m. Last flight due in at 6 p.m.
Fireworks are going to go off at the end.
The later into the broadcast this gets, we're going to get some fireworks. We've got to pay some bills real quick, as we always do. We're going to kick off this thing with some thanking our awesome sponsors for the National Professional Fishing League. And when we get back, we'll talk a little bit about these late afternoon fireworks that the Tennessee River is known for pretty soon when we get back with more NPFL Live. Thank y'all for tuning in.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Rose from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
I think so. He was coming up. Felt like a pretty good.
Got some highlights for you guys. Right here, stop number 4. Chad Aaron, one of our local favorites, coming in doing work early.
Surprisingly on docks.
Unofficially, Chad's in 4th place right now. He was really excited about this spot, Dudley. I talked to him last night, and Chad's one of those guys, we got to cover it right. Pat and I got to talk about. I have a long history with Chad. We're team tournament partners. We fished a lot. We grew up around each other. He's a great human being, a great fisherman. It's awesome to see him out here on the NPFL. Look at that little crowd at the takeoff this morning.
I think
Jesse Millsaps.
Spinning rod, I think here in the first part of the day, Luke, we're going to see right much spinning rod action. But
that's right.
When the gates open, I think the sissy sticks are going down and the man sticks are going to come out.
When the people in the Tennessee Valley turn up that air conditioner a little bit, that's what my dad used to say. Son, we just need them to be getting hot at home and crank that AC up.
That's right.
Get that power generating through here, and that's what it takes. These fish focus on. They absolutely focus on current, man. They grew up in current, and now live action. John Hookup Soukup. Not throwing at the bank, Dudley. Not throwing at the bank.
I'm surprised his neck ain't just permanently frozen in that position
I
right
do
there.
foresee John having a lot of trouble in later years. A lot of chiropractor bills from staring at those electronics.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Big Bad John.
It has been a tough morning. What are we, an hour and a half in? No bites, not any activity on the fish. Current stopped. And decided I'm going to come out here and try something a little bit deeper. I don't know if I'm right or wrong about this. So I'm not going to sit here forever though. I'm not going to play that game. We're going to try to get bit. If we don't get bit, we're going to go move other spots. I might even go run some shallow stuff. I'm not going to sit around all day.
Attaboy.
If John Soukup goes to the bank, it's going to crush my soul on Pickwick Lake. I'll be honest. Dudley, something he said right there. We touched on it a little bit before the break. The later day today. The reason that's important.
Huge.
You know, I think folks sitting at home are like, hey, it's July, man. It's hot. Why aren't you out there at the crack of daylight? So everything on the Tennessee River is predicated on current. These fish are current-oriented, the smallmouth, the largemouth. Their life decisions are based around where they can be based on water movement.
Just down to get probably catfish. Caught me a good one earlier.
John talking about it's tough this morning. The flow in the mornings, typically in the summertime, a lot less. But these hydroelectric dams, people turn on the AC. Like I said, they start generating more water in the afternoons typically, and the bite historically picks up after lunch on the Tennessee River this time of year.
And just to emphasize, when we say generating water, we are talking about generating power.
Yeah, that's right. Hydroelectric, and they produce the current.
So we're looking at power. And basically, guys, when people, you've heard his dad talk about it, turn the AC on. And really, Luke, it turns the AC on for the bass.
That's right.
You're sitting in it with, like, basically in the summertime when there's no wind, we're hot.
It's stagnant.
It's stagnant. And then all of a sudden you turn the quote-unquote air conditioning on for these bass. They get a lot more active. It starts pushing the fish. Who wants to go run 5 miles in no wind, blazing sun?
I don't want to do that ever.
Right. But then you turn on, so things become active. And I want these guys to understand that you're going to hear this a lot next 3 days, Luke. We know it. You're going to hear a lot of talk about this water movement, and it is so critical. So, guys, when you are fishing anything of the Tennessee River, it is –
or a current-driven system,
yes,
period.
Absolutely, yes. And again, basically – tidal rivers, the current is always going to be moving, but yes, this is not a tidal fishery, but in a way it is.
It acts similar in the ways things reposition at times.
Yes, and so when the air conditioning people start cranking it up, it's going to crank up on this lake. But you heard him mention, and I know it's going to break your heart because you got a man crush on Soukup. He's said he might go shallow. And I really think the mix of shallow and deep, I still say shallow because I got a steak dinner on it, but I still say the guys, like what he's fighting in his head, guys, is this. He's fighting, hey, I know when the gates open on this lake, it's going to be wide open. But listen to his mind. His mind is saying, I actually might go shallow I think I have a better chance while the current's not moving to help better my bag going shallow. Very, very good strategy. You know it, Luke. You grew up on this lake. Now, how big a role, Luke, does the current play even with shallow? I know you can always catch fish shallow, but does this current affect the shallow water fish as much as it does the deep water?
Absolutely. Ooh. Any water movement helps, and especially like if you're up in a creek, what you'll notice, because we're here by Pickwick Dam, obviously on the lower end of the lake. Wilson Dam is at the headwaters. When they pull, they're generating at the top end, and then they're basically pulling and generating on Kentucky Lake on this end. It will create a flow up shallow. You can watch it. You can watch it moving leaves down the bank, moving around sticks. When that water starts to move a little bit, it'll make those shallow fish bite as well. Like it really helps everything because, like you're saying, it's stagnant.
I agree. Anytime you have water movement, it's always going to make the fish bite
or position a little differently.
Or position a little bit differently. But I don't think as much. But 100% agree with you. It does play a role, but not as big of a role
as those main rivers.
As the main river.
Yes,
so, guys, if you are fishing the Tennessee River, as you can hear us talking about, it's a very important thing to watch the current. And just to emphasize it a little bit, we're looking at the way out. And you can follow how these guys are catching them, and it's fairly slow right now, Luke.
It is.
Right?
Not a surprise.
Not a surprise, but it's fairly slow. So it's supporting, the idea of what we're talking about. And so I'm anxious to see the guys that have caught. Wouldn't that be cool? The few, the people that are on the board, I would love to know, were these 20 fish caught right now? Were they shallow or were they deep?
Okay, well, I'm going to say this. Chad Aaron, we know he's deep. Millsaps is deep. He's up there right now. I see one that just popped into our top 10 with just one bass, but it was a 3-pounder. Landon Tucker. I know he's in Bay Springs. He's fishing shallow. He told me that.
Hey, but think about this.
Speaking of Bay Springs, Keith
Another
Carson,
shallow-
one of
there
our
we
Bay
go.
Springs contingent, told me he's going to spend all of his day in 1 to 2 feet of water with the top water.
Well, we finally
Keith, the
made
winner
it.
of our
Man, it was a long
Wright
run
Patman event.
to get here, but we're here. As you can see, I'm throwing up on like no water. It's really sandy. There's brim beds everywhere. So I'm focusing on the pockets that have the most amount of brim, and I'm just hoping that there's a couple bass up there shallow, trying to eat them off their beds. And we've got pretty bad conditions for what I'm doing today, so that's not good. Clear blue skies, no wind, not really ideal. But with that being said, it's not really ideal conditions for anybody, shallow or deep. So I'm gonna hit some of my best stretches, hope I can get 5 good ones, and hang in there. I don't know, who knows, let's see what happens. Maybe I'll catch a couple giants. But we just started fishing. It looks beautiful. You can see all these little brim beds here. There's bass beds mixed in here too. I think the bass just finished spawning like maybe a week or 2 ago, because they're really clean, big bass beds.
Keith talking about one of the, if you're going to go shallow in the summertime, one of the prevalent patterns we see in the South in particular is big bass are lazy. They like easy meals, and those bluegill, those brim.
Here. I'm getting bits in all different thicknesses of the clumps. There's peppergrass clumps that are extremely thick like this, and then there's little sparse clumps. I'm getting bites in all of it. Throughout practice I was anyway, and that's it. I fish laydowns, I fish deep, I fish all kinds of stuff, and this was the best for me. So I'm gonna run as many pockets as I possibly can, and hopefully we end up with 5 big ones at the end of the day. Should have had one there.
Keith Carson breaking down the goods as always, and little boat to boat with Robbie Frazier, who is sitting in 10th place right now.
We go from 6 inches of water
to 60,
to 60 foot of water.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. Fishing is such an incredible sport.
Robbie fishing the face of the dam right here. We could walk out on the porch and see Robbie right now. We should go yell at him at the next break. See if he needs a sandwich or something, Dudley. Robbie having a heck of a year. He's an experienced tournament angler. He's fished several tournament trails over the years, and I feel like at every event, the first 3 for sure, we have at some point during our coverage, we always have to mention Robbie because he shakes things up for sure. But sitting in 10th place right now.
But to get back to the brim bed just a little bit, do you think we're going to see some of that brim bed? Of course, Keith is on the brim bed. He mentioned it. Do you think that's going to be some of these guys' strategy?
I think that'll for sure play. And if you're a shallow water guy, that's definitely something you can key on if you can find it. And it certainly sounds like Keith. He is a shallow water magician, one of the best we've ever seen in the game, in my opinion. And I think if anybody will figure it out, it'll be Keith.
Now, guys, when dealing with the brim bed, let's get honest. The brim bed game is not a numbers game. You're not going to go smash 20 bites in a day fishing brim beds. But the bites you're going to get typically around the brim bed, let's get real. They're not going to be a 12-inch bass eating a big bull brim, right? They're going to be big ones. So I think at the end of the day, if Keith gets that brim bed bite going, we're liable to see a bag that's scary with him.
And Bay Springs is a lake that has a lot of big bass in it. Florida strain largemouth roam those waters, and if there's one guy that knows how a Florida bass thinks, it's
Yeah.
definitely Keith Carson.
For sure.
From boat to boat action, we're going to go over to a guy right now, Dudley, that me and Mr. Brad Fuller from the National Professional Fishing League were talking about just this week. He's been kind of quiet this year, but we find him in 7th place in our progressive AOY, and that is Taylor Watkins.
Sitting very well to make the big show, for sure.
Taylor, the spinning rod offshore. He was super excited about having a camera. He's excited about his year. I got to spend some time with him this morning, Dudley, and looked like a little grass action, maybe, Dudley. Taylor was one of the grass contingency.
Yeah, he's
trying to prove me wrong is what you're trying to say. I know exactly what you're trying to say.
I wasn't going to say it, but since you said it, but yeah, I think smart move in my opinion. I think in this game of the Tennessee River, knowing that current is such a major role, I think, and definitely in my strategy in this, if I was fishing this tournament, it would definitely be a mix of two for right now. But getting close to that noon and 2 o'clock time, oh yeah.
The afternoon delight, baby. What is the deal with that? I mean, I know it's a huge thing on the Tennessee River, but I feel like we have said that at all 4 events. The afternoon, it's like the bass are like me. They like to sleep in, I think. You know, all the fishing knowledge in the world tell you, hey, man, early bird gets the fish. Got to get out there at the crack of dawn. But, man.
The only time in bass fishing that I think the early morning bite happens at is the shad spawn.
That's true. That's true.
Any other time, we'll just sleep in a little bit.
Taylor super focused on, you can tell, just intense, not talking a lot, just focused on getting.
And in reality, guys, when you are fishing grass, let's talk about this. Grass, there's a lot going on in grass fishing. Like, there's something hitting your lure at all times. Think about that, right?
Keeps you dialed.
Yeah, like in grass fishing, you have, like he's throwing a bladed bait, and there's something tick, 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 you got the tick, tick of the bladed bait, you got the tick, tick of the grass. There's so much going on versus throwing, a hair jig out over, a ledge. If you feel something, it's pretty much a bite.
That's right. So, yeah, you better jerk and whine. Yeah. We're going to go to a guy right now that did a lot of reeling them in down at the Harris Chain. David Gaston, who currently sits in 4th place in our Progressive Angler of the Year, caught a 9-pounder. You missed this when you weren't in that chair. Almost 9-pounder on a frog.
I saw it
He
live.
always brings us some excitement. David Gaston, the Alabama angler.
Actually, Luke, I saw that live on my Lowrance fishing in the tournament. I had my phone on my Lowrance propped up, and when he caught it, I was fist pumping along with him.
That's awesome. Glad to know you're a big fan of what I do here, David. It means a lot to me, even when you can't be.
I was talking to you through the out on the water.
Gaston hooked up.
He felt pretty confident. I can tell you that. I think it's just David Confidence Gaston.
I was going to say, he's never lacking for confidence. Look how still it is out there, man. That's what we're talking about. It's just flat, calm, no wind. Typical July day in the Tennessee Valley.
Nope.
Here in Counts, Tennessee.
What'd you get?
It's 15 on largemouth and smallmouth, and 12 on spots. That one was 14.
Not going to make the fully loaded live well for Gaston. Non-keeper. He's in a very, very, and I repeat, very popular area of Pickwick Lake. There's been this year in particular, this stretch of the river is about a 10-mile area there that a lot of money won in both local, regional, and national events in this general area. There's a lot of offshore hydrilla, and there's some great deep water fishing right there as well. And anybody that's ever been to Pickwick before, when you see those stacks in the background there, you definitely know this area. David, you could spend your entire life in this area, Dudley, and never fish all the offshore cover between grass stumps and
no wind,
river ledges.
The current's barely. I mean, we ain't got enough to really do anything. I looked at the schedule. At 11, we're supposed to have some 4 generations, so that's when they're going to start biting at 11. Anything you catch right now will be a bonus fish. But, I mean, we got all day to do it, and it ain't time to catch them yet, so it ain't nothing to stress about.
Have you changed up your technique this morning at all from everything you've been doing?
No, I mean, I don't think that, your technique really don't, golly. There he is that time. Oh, I lost that one. That was a keeper. Looked like a 2.5, 3-pounder maybe.
Throwing the bladed bait.
Small?
No, that was a good one. That was a 3-pounder.
David just jumped a fish off there saying a 3-pounder.
Just getting them.
Those are going to go a long way to pad a bag this week, Dudley.
But I got all day to catch some, more like that. At least it wasn't no 5-pounder.
One of the nicknames for this lake is Pickwick because there's so many giant bass. But those 3-pounders, none of these guys are going to be afraid to add those to the live well this week.
I love that, Pickwick.
Got a steady plan for today?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to hop around a lot. We're going to... There's fish all in this. I mean, there's fish right here where we're at, a bunch of them. I mean, there's a whole school in this little bitty area. But getting the fish to fire up right now is going to be pretty tricky. I mean, I wasn't expecting to catch them early, so that's a good thing. And that fish would have been a good one for the live well. But I mean, he hit it twice before he actually got it. I missed him the first time.
From Gaston, who is sitting in 4th place in the AOY, to a guy that calm, quiet every time you see him, but we have covered this guy. I feel like I say his name more than I do my kids at this point. Mark Schilling, Texas angler, 6th place AOY, having a stellar year so far at the halfway point here on the National Professional Fishing League. And representing Team Duncan offshore. I'd like to point that out, Dudley.
The famous sound.
I don't think that one's going to go in the fully loaded live well, but Schilling right now unofficially on our Way Live app is in 2nd place with 3 bass for around 7 pounds. All of our anglers are told by me at the meeting that they better use the Way Live app every time. I give these guys a hard time.
That's the first small one I've caught here.
And they update it, helps us follow along with the story. And you can follow the Way Live app at tnpfl.com.
No, it's not at all.
Just go to the Go Live tab and look for the Way Live leaderboard.
Might be time to go.
Dudley, we've got so much to talk about.
No, go ahead, man. I'm going to work up here. I'm going to take off in about 5 minutes.
We've got, especially me, I've got, man, I just want to tell the story of Pickwick. I love this place so much, but
yeah, no problem.
Hearing what Mark Schilling is doing there, talking to a boat off camera. A lot of sharing going on this week. We'll get into that. Definitely going to be some close quarters for a lot of anglers.
What's your name?
A lot of times in the ledge season.
Chance Mark Schilling. Hey,
sounds like Chance Woodard off camera.
Texas,
and Dudley,
Dallas
that's the way
area?
to handle that situation.
Yeah.
work together because you're in it together. You both found the fish first morning.
Nice. You know
that's
Gary
the way
Parrish?
to handle that.
So
he's the guide on Fork.
So what we're talking about, guys, is there's going to be a lot of close fishing in proximity.
No doubt.
And what evidently there's a boat within talking distance of him right now. And
a lot of our conversations might not go like this week, though. In the boat-to-boat action, we might have some to cut away from some guys at times this week. It gets a little heated. Everybody's hot, halfway point. Everybody's fighting for the progressive AOY, and a guy that has been fighting all year for that progressive AOY. Your man, I think he's your man crush.
Yeah.
Nicky P. Nick Pravanizak, Ohio angler. Gonna get our first look at him.
And ranges from
3
to 6, 7 foot. And
Color
had
me shocked.
several bites here in practice. Just chatterbaiting this grass. But it just seems like something's different today. Might have to make some adjustments and maybe head a little bit deeper instead of these shallower flats. We had a lot of overcast and rain in practice, and it might have kept these fish up shallow, the bait up shallow. But so far, like I said, about 3 missed opportunities already. But we're going to make a move. We're going to go head over, get in a little bit of wind, get out of this pocket here.
So, Luke, in this game, you've been at this game forever. And how big a role and how do you fight off they had 3 days of rain and wind for practice, and we're hearing
some pretty brutal thunderstorm. Dodging storms.
And we both can agree that can trigger some bites.
Can help in the summertime.
So how would you fight that off in a strategy? Do you look 5 days ahead in the forecast and say, hey, how do you prepare for that?
I think you've got to. I think as you prepare, you get here on a Saturday, you start practice on a Sunday. By the time the event actually starts, there's several days, lots of things can change. So I think you do have to look ahead a little bit. And I know all these guys definitely.
But how do you fight that off?
So hard, man. So
they
hard.
wasn't presented a blue sky day at all.
And they got one today as we look at that beautiful shot there, Taylor Watkins. Hooked up.
Yeah.
Taylor down in Bay Springs, fishing that grass. Got the spinning rod out. And that, Dudley, that kind of adjustment, we just heard Nicky P say, it's a little tougher today. Could be keeper for Taylor there.
I'm just going to say it, Luke. That spinning rod for 20 years has been dogged and put down and shamed on, and I'm just going to say it. That spinning rod it's here to stay.
Yeah, if you're going to compete at this level now, these anglers are so good, electronics are so great, you better be able to have some finesse in your game as well.
Yep, and that spinning rod is absolutely a must.
What Dudley's telling is all you guys that call it the sissy stick out there in the internet comments, you better get you some if you're going to try to compete in multi-day tournaments with these guys, because
you ain't kidding.
You see all the power fishermen are definitely mixing it in. And as we look at Taylor catching his first fish there, we're going to take a quick commercial break, but we're going to be bringing you uninterrupted coverage thanks to our folks at Fully Loaded as we take a look at our fine sponsors, and we'll see you on the other side for more NPFL Live.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Jake Schultz, Norco Tackle.
My name's Frank Ramsey, TH Marine Pro.
NPFL, TH Marine Pro, Shane Cole here.
I want to talk to you all a little bit about some TH Marine products.
Been on staff for quite a few years, boats loaded from bow to stern.
Hey, what I want to do is discuss some really important tools on my boat.
This is our jack plate.
The steer blocks.
It's the troll tamer.
Sometimes you either got to go across skinny water, hop over something skinny, get over a log jam, and there's no better way to do any of that than with the TH jack plate.
So the steer blocks, you know, keep the motor from going from side to side, going down the highway. It's just a safe feature that TH Marine has come up with.
I live up on the Great Lake, so you have to have something to keep that trolling motor secure. It locks to your boat, does not move.
And TH Marine just makes such a quality product.
Can't beat their products.
I wouldn't fish without it.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
Check out everything on thmarine.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
To Pickwick Lake down in Counce, Tennessee, beautiful Hardin County. Back over to John Soukup, our winner of 2 out of 3 events so far. John struggling a little so far this morning, but as we've seen, that the more the day goes on for these guys, the better.
It's gonna go old school cast and drag for a second, man. We may pick up, just run a bank here in a second, man. This
John talking about moving
No
a little
current
bit there.
situation.
I talked to John in practice. He did have a little bit of a shallow thing going on. He felt like he would max out at around 12 pounds with that pattern, but he does have some things figured out on the bank. Not to get you excited about that, you know, opportunity for you and a steak dinner, Dudley.
Just saying. Just saying.
Of course, John right now doesn't have a fish register on
I
our
can get one to
unofficial
react where I can see how he behaves
Way
on
Live
the jig.
tracker.
I'll know if they're carp or bass. Some of these.
Guy that doesn't have one registered yet so far. We've seen him lose one, catch a couple of short fish. David Gaston, who we heard before we went to break had found a school. We could see him on his electronics, just couldn't get him to trigger. And that was a line singer for a second.
There's a good one. Oh, uh-oh.
There we go.
Look at there.
Gaston will not go away in the progressive AOY race, man. He's here to stay, guys. Right there. Actually, he does have 2 fish, and he hasn't updated his app, and he will be getting a firm talking to this afternoon.
He pecked it like a little one.
Drive through weigh in with Al McCullough.
Like a bluegill. Quick shout out to Perkins.
4 more like that, we're going to be talking to Gaston a lot.
For having
That's right.
tackle. Well, nobody have Zoom products, but they did. I mean, they didn't have a... I mean, they just had it. I mean, not in gobs, but any fisherman knows right now, if you're having trouble, everybody has trouble with some Zoom right now. You just can't get it. So hard to find. I mean, I ain't got the colors I want, but at least I have something to throw. I went up there yesterday. He had them and I bought them.
Gaston giving some love to some of my buddies up the road, one of the famous Pickwick Lake tackle stores, Perkins Outdoors. Chuck and Chris have forgotten more about this lake than most people will ever know. Their father, Charles, is one of the Pickwick Lake greats. So, a little NPFL Live shout out to the Perkins boys this morning. From Gaston in 4th place, who has swim jig and frogged his way into the top 5 of AOY this year, to another guy that has frogged and flipped and swim jig his way to the top of that progressive AOY, Nicky P. Nick Pravanizak.
One thing about Nick that I've picked up on, because watching live footage is so awesome, he is a pretty slow fisherman. Would you like...
Hooked up.
He's not your fast and furious KVD per se. Would you say?
No, he
finally they want to eat it.
He is a turtle paced fisherman.
But that is very synonymous with a lot of great shallow water anglers, man. They take their time. Every opportunity. You're not dealing with a school of 50 to 100 bass like some of the guys on the ledges when you're up there shallow, especially this time of year. So every cast matters up there on the bank. And Nick P knows that. Every week I get more and more Nick Pravanizak comments on social media. He's got a lot of fans from his area of the world that compete against him, and they're like, hey, thanks for taking him out of Ohio this year. We appreciate it. That man robs us constantly. It takes our money.
Yes, he's an incredible fisherman. His pace.
I've been just running that
that's what
chatterbait
amazes.
through that scattered grass.
Just make a note, that was a giant bladed bait. Big blade. It's getting more and more popular. That wasn't your normal size blade on the.
I've had about 4 or 5 baits. Just a lot of them been short striking it.
Getting a look at Chad Aaron. One of our 3 locals that we have on camera.
Interested with him, we saw a few fish catches around some docks this morning, and not necessarily ledge, you know, what we would consider AC ledge fishing.
moved a little there, and he's offshore in a very popular boating area of Pickwick Lake. Head on a swivel, Dudley, when you're in this area. You know, nobody wants to take a wakeboard to the face this early in the morning. Chad, you can hear them running around him there already. Counts, Tennessee, Pickwick Dam area is definitely the place to be in the summertime. Whether you like inner tubing or bass fishing.
Good to go.
Or eating, Dudley, which we've done a lot of. We'll get to that. But lots of fine dining in the Counts, Tennessee area.
Change baits right here quick. And we'll roll.
Chad's getting ready to make a move there on our Way Live leaderboard right now. We have him in 7th place unofficially, just 2 bass for a little shy of 5 pounds. Of course, that can be found at tnpfl.com. Go to the Go Live tab and look for the Way Live leaderboard. Of course, everything is unofficial until the drive-through weigh-in, which will take place at Pickwick Landing State Park starting at 4:30 p.m. Big Al McCullough on the mic. The anglers will be bringing these fish in healthy to be released back into beautiful Pickwick Lake, thanks to our official fish care provider. From one of my hometown guys to another one of my hometown guys. 2 guys I spent a lot of time in a boat with. Michael Brewer. Michael is certainly a guy that is dangerous in this field this week on Pickwick Lake. From one end to the other, he knows a lot about Pickwick, grew up down here. This is our first time getting to see him on camera this year. And if he catches any, I'm going to give his son Hunter all the credit, because Hunter got to practice with him this week, and Hunter's a lot better fisherman than Michael. I told Hunter I'd give him a shout out this morning on live, so hope he's getting to watch. They are a fishing family. Hunter actually won AOY in the Tennessee High School bass fishing this year. Michael's son. Michael's had a lot of success. Last year in the Costa Series here on Pickwick, Jacob Wheeler won. Michael finished 3rd in that. Had an opportunity to win, so no stranger to big events on Pickwick Lake and the Tennessee River. Was a little nervous about having a camera, Dudley. He did. He was a little nervous.
Yes. He definitely was nervous about having a camera.
Because he's a talker. And we're seeing him laser focused right now, because I hope he catches a couple big ones that way.
I know where there's some at. Further up the lake.
So very interesting what he just said, Luke. Extremely interesting. In tidal water fisheries, when they start generating, like say when the tide changes, what he just said was brilliant. And I don't know if the listeners caught on to that. He said, I know where to go find current, which means he knows
one thing with Michael Brewer, but continue. It means one thing.
Yeah. Which means he knows where to go track it down.
That's right.
And where it's starting from.
That's right.
So the current is starting from a certain area that would come down the lake towards the dam. Brilliant move. Brilliant comment that kind of maybe slid up underneath the radar. Not with me, though.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
You're not getting away that easy, Michael.
No, Mike, you just spilled some very important beans.
Michael
right
and his dad, Nathan, 2 great fishermen on Pickwick, Wilson, Wheeler Lake. A lot, if there are any locals watching, you know exactly what I'm fixing to say, but they are truly as good in the tail race areas below the dams. That's where they spend a majority of their time. They grew up doing it. And if anybody will make that bite work, which is kind of a sleeper this week, because typically this time of year gets a little tougher, but that's what he's saying there. He's fixing to go to the dam. He's going to look at some concrete. That's his favorite thing to say. Most of the time when Michael's winning, he's staring at a piece of concrete. He's going to go do that right now. But you can see the wheels turning a little bit. But with a 5 o'clock check-in today,
He knows he has time.
He's got time. He could go up there, settle down. He's got some places up that on that end. Can stop on the way back on several offshore places when that bite gets better. So I think it's a smart move.
Luke.
Taylor Watkins going to make a little move here, looks like. We're going to go to the top of the hour right now, and we've got some highlights brought to you by Progressive. Stop number 4 here, the National Professional Fishing League, Pickwick Lake. Mark Schilling. Speaking of some concrete right there.
Good one, Tim.
Offshore anglers this morning on Pickwick. Nice fish. Something we're going to see a lot of this week.
How many?
First little keeper of the day. 16-incher.
Of course, David Gaston.
Yeah.
2 fish in the boat, 2 quality fish.
I'm looking at.
There's a good one.
Kind of in the midsection of Pickwick right now. Bordering on that upper end. Closer to the current than a lot of guys right now, David Gaston.
I would be interested to see where most of the fish catches came from this morning. Further up or down, you know?
Taylor Watkins, who we mentioned doing the spinning rod.
It did work.
Go from Jesse Millsap's doing work over to the Big Cat. We're going to get our first Big Cat on the water with Fat Cat Newton, who's out there just putting in the work.
From Pickwick Lake with your on-the-water updates all day for the next 3 days. Right now, we're at the north end. We're at the south end. We'll get into that in a second. We're here at Pickwick Dam. So we rolled out of the Pickwick Land and State Park and busted a left and came straight to the dam. We've seen 3 boats in the dam doing 3 different things. We've seen guys throwing a jerk bait, seen them throwing the crankbait. Then he's on over here to Robbie Frazier. He's throwing a Magnum shaky head, followed up with a Cinco, fishing this wall. He said they're not drawing enough water, and that's one thing about it's kind of like a tidal fishery here. Right now they're pulling about 9,000, about 10,000 is what they're pulling. The guys that have been doing well, it seems like they want it pulling more. And that's how it works in the morning. It's going to start out slow, and it seems by this evening, maybe it'll get back up to 40 or 50,000. That's what Robbie's looking for, because what happens as they're drawing water this way, a lot of trash backs up around that wall. Then the fish get up under that trash on that wall, and they just stack up like cordwood, and that's kind of what Robbie's waiting for. So he said he's going to come back later, and I think we're going to see a lot of guys recycling their spots. They got spots where they know fish are at. They just eat at a certain time. So they might hit one spot 3, 4, maybe even 5 times in one day, just waiting for those fish to hear that dinner bell and start chewing. Water temperature is a little cooler than what it is normally this time of year. Water temp this morning was right around 81 degrees. Talking to a lot of the guys that are familiar with this place, normally it's closer to 90 this time of year, if I can get the words out of my mouth. So that right there is changing how these fish are setting up. So some of the guys that think they know this place this time of year may not be doing as well as they normally would because the fish are setting up different. So we're going to do a bit of run and gun and see what happens. Awesome place. When this thing starts pulling, you'll see us moving. And one thing I did learn, I'm going to have to give it to you, Luke. You were right, man. When you always talk about, you know, being a flat earther and that the earth is flat, coming to Pickwick opened my eyes because world is round. The water should run from north to south, but here at Pickwick it runs south to north. So you're right, man. The whole flat earth thing, I'm a believer now. So back to you boys in the studio. We're going to go find some guys, and we'll be back to you soon.
One thing is for sure, I'm not a flat earther, but the Tennessee River does flow backwards. Thanks to the Big Cat for the shout out. I'm sure my inbox is full on Instagram with that now. Thank you, B. Back over to Keith Carson doing his thing down on Bay Springs. And some flat water down in the shallows there. Sticking with the top water program. Keith told me that primarily he'd been focusing on a Berkeley wind-up worm this week in practice. Same worm he utilized a lot down in the Harris chain.
That was a freaking giant. Did you see that?
Oh.
Oh, he's still chasing it. I can see him. I can see him. Oh my God. That's like a 6. He's looking for it. Holy crap. Dang it. He missed it. Come on, please find it. Got him, got him, got him. Stay on, baby.
Incredible.
Yes. Stay
The
on,
ninja
please.
strikes again.
It is a good one.
Unbelievable. We saw that play out at the Harris chain so many times, and here we go again.
Stay on.
Giant.
Stay on. Stay on.
Brim bed eaters are always
Yes. Boom. Yes. Oh my gosh. He freaking smoked it, and he hit it so hard he missed it. I could see him searching for it underwater. God, I love fishing shallow. I mean, this is just crazy. God, you know he wanted
We love
it.
watching you fish shallow,
Yes.
Keith Carson. You can't hear us right now, but man.
When you could take your whole fist and put it in. Look, he choked it. He's almost up to his elbow. What was he throwing that he choked that much?
That was that wind-up
Yeah, so
worm,
it's like-
Berkeley wind-up worm, reeling it across the surface.
Let's weigh him.
He said it was a 6.
It's going to scare it to death, Dudley. Be our first big bite challenge, big bass contender of the
410.
day for
Okay.
sure.
So not a 6.
No, 410, little shy. He's long and skinny. He was excited. I'm excited.
Yeah. Where in the country would you not catch a 410 and go fist pumping? And
No,
get
that's right. Yeah, there's not many places.
That's.
I don't know.
I will say that's a
that's what I
post-spawn
came
6-pounder.
here
though.
for.
That's
That's
a
why I
large
shallow.
fish.
And man, it's like, you know, I tried going out deep. I tried doing the offshore thing, and it just wasn't for me. So it's like, you know what? Do what you know. Like do what you want to do. Don't do what everybody else does, because it doesn't serve you well. And it's been a slow start. That's my first bite. And it's a good one. 4 more like that and we'll be all right. Man, I'm shaking. When they miss it like that, that's scary. But this, you know, but here's the other thing too. Everyone is offshore. I mean, there isn't a single boat on the bank. Like, I haven't seen a boat on the bank through practice. I haven't seen a boat on the bank like at all. So that's part of why these fish are eating so well, is because they're like, never seen a bait. You know, everybody just gets out there on the ledges, and hey, you know, those guys smash them out there. But dang, is this fun. I'm just trying to have some fun.
Solid advice from Keith Carson. Had a talk with him this morning. You know, you just got to do you. You got to stay in your lane. If you don't,
wind up, reeling it on top.
There you go. Keith, one of the more honest guys out here. He told me that was what he was going to be doing, Dudley.
And that's it. I mean, you just buzz it around and they smoke that thing. Hook feels good. Everything looks good.
Man, he's calm. It's like been 3 minutes before he's made another cast.
Man,
wow,
that was freaking awesome. I don't know if you can see, but it's just a sandbar. He was up in like a foot of water. These fish are in like nothing.
Incredible stuff from Keith Carson. Hallman and I called him the fishing ninja because he would get down in that crouching tiger position so much when these fish were following his bait at the Harris chain, and we see it there again with an almost 5-pounder. Cool. Just awesome. Awesome stuff and great camera work. From our man Rick out there with Keith Carson. over to Nikki P, one of our Bay Springs contingent.
I'm shallow. Shallow. Just saying.
It's 10 o'clock. Calm down. I hope the afternoon delight proves you wrong. I hope Brandon Perkins helps me prove you wrong here in a few hours.
Yeah, he's 15 and a half.
Brandon, one of our guys we haven't heard from this morning.
He was very, very confident.
As he should be.
Yes.
Definitely one of our favorites, Nick. That's a solid fish for Nick.
These are AccuCall clips.
Aggressive angler
They
of
have
the
no
year.
pressure on the fish, so they're loose. They're really, really good for calling.
Now we're getting a look at our 5th place angler in the Progressive AOY standings, Brandon Perkins, who on his boat wrap has Pickwick Lake. He's having a great year. Hooked up.
Hang on.
Good fish.
Don't go back no further.
Luke. Will he get one on the next cast?
Very possible once you get that school to fire.
Whoa.
Oh, hey, wait a second, Mr. Not putting in your way live, Brandon Perkins.
Whoa.
I think the story of this tournament's a little different than we think it is right now.
Don't you swing him in the boat.
He didn't call, but that was a few good ones in there. One of them had quite a few shed in that.
Looked pretty healthy for a July bass.
Thought that was going to be the 5.
Got
the
his
way
heart
it ate
pumping a little bit.
Nope. Don't tell that story. Thought it was going to happen about 7 this morning, too.
Brandon's got some of his local fans following him around out there, sounds like. Always awesome to see. They need to.
So after I caught that first
he
one,
needs to.
I was zoomed out so far on my graph, I thought that I was still on them. And that's when I know they're pulling a little water because I've been like 153 feet off of them. Spot locked.
Brandon on our Way Live board, Dudley, showing he has 1 bass for 1 pound, 11 ounces in 28th place. I'm going to say he's in first place unofficially and is a liar. And we're going to need him to stop right now. I may text him. I don't know if he can look at his phone per tournament rules, but hey, buddy.
Don't touch me.
He's going to get a butt chewing from Mr. Luke.
Yeah, he's talking to the fans. I'm like, hey, Way Live, buddy. Got a lot of folks at home pulling for you. Having a great morning on Pickwick Lake, and I would like to point out that it is just the morning, Dudley, and this guy's going to do some damage in the afternoon, I promise you. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Take a look at these fine sponsors for the National Professional Fishing League, and you'll have uninterrupted coverage brought to you by Fully Loaded. We'll see you on the other side for more live action from Pickwick Lake.
Like I said.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
Welcome back to Counts, Tennessee, the NPFL Live.
What is this view,
Yeah.
Duncan?
Yeah, it's
Luke.
It's one we're not familiar with John Soukup, even though he did win on the bank at the Harris Chain, so we know he's fully capable. But in this offshore fishing paradise that is Pickwick Lake, this is a rare sight.
Is he still your man crush in this view?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, always. Always.
What is he throwing?
Whopper plopper sounds like.
Is
A little
it?
topwater action, maybe a buzzbait. I believe it's from what he told me, believe it's a plopper. And something that John talked about that we haven't really hit on because we haven't seen it this morning, but something that goes on in the summer on a lot of lakes around the country are mayfly hatches.
Yep.
It is something that definitely can be a player all over the country, whether you're up north smallmouth fishing or down on the Tennessee River. And this morning I was at the gas station, and in the lights of the gas station, lots of those little buggers flying around. So one of these guys stumbles upon an active mayfly. Now, it's hard to make it work for 3 days. Like I know it's a very opportunistic pattern, but John saw some of that in practice, he was telling me, was able to catch a limit on smallmouth one day in practice doing this. Had some mechanical issues in practice, so he didn't get to cover as much water as he would have had liked to have been able to cover. So he got on the bank with the trolling motor and was able to get some bites doing this. So I think he's got confidence in this pattern, to say the least.
And you can see him, just his head is like on a swivel, just constantly looking. And for the when mayfly hatches happen, and guys, what we're talking about, I couldn't even begin to put a number on it, but I'm going to give you a number. There'll be millions and millions of these little flies that will hatch out. They come out of the water, they hatch out. They'll attach themselves to trees, overhanging bushes, and what happens is of course, when you have little insects up there, call it a fly, what's going to come up there? The food chain starts to happen. But rightfully so, Luke, in areas that mayfly hatches have happened, when I have flipped smallmouth in the boat, particularly up north, there'll be 5 ounces, of mayflies in their crawl, just looking at it. So, interesting fact that he said smallmouth.
Yeah.
Very interesting that he said smallmouth.
I love them.
And not largemouth. So let's do it this way, Luke. Luke, how many smallmouth are we going to see come across this way in? How many are in the top? Let me rephrase this. Will there be a big bag of smallmouth in this lake this week?
It's possible because this is such a great smallmouth fishery, but it does get a little harder this time of year.
Yes.
The spring and the fall, they tend to congregate more together. They mix in these schools, though, out on the ledges. You catch them on topwater. Certainly, a lot of smallmouth get caught on Pickwick Lake 12 months of the year.
This is known for.
As we go to Mark Schilling.
Do you know what is the lake record here? This is a world famous. Now, when we say big, Luke, you can elaborate on it more. Of years past.
Mark Schilling hooked up. Speaking of big, that looked good.
Got the big stick.
We're cranking a little plug action there, a little deep diving crankbait. Mark Schilling, Texas angler. Oh, man.
Oh. It's a
nice fish.
Ooh, that's scary. Let's do this.
Nice fish for Mark Schilling.
Anytime you can get them fired up on a crankbait, that is a sign.
Can get dangerous.
Yes, yes. Now, when you're nickel and diming them on a drop shot or a hair jig, you could have got one. But when you bring that through a big school and it gets them fired up, this next cast could be dangerous.
Something right there I was going to say when he's fighting that fish, it came up. It looked like it was barely hooked. He had to use the pliers on it, so clearly some good trebles there because I was nervous for him. Nice fish.
That's number
Mark
4.
Schilling.
Number 4. Dang, that was bigger than I thought. Get it. Come on, get another cast in there.
It's like building a foundation.
Yeah.
When you're an offshore fisherman, this time of year, or building a house, I should say, but the foundation is laid. Any bites before lunch are definitely a bonus, in my opinion.
Interesting, Luke. We talked earlier about being in crowded situations, right?
Absolutely.
Offshore. Haven't really seen that.
Something not to cut you off, Double D, but very important. We want to stress this always. Taking care of the resource, taking care of the resource, taking care of the resource. Using TH Marine G-Juice there, the official fish care provider of the National Professional Fishing League. And that's basically Gatorade for fish. The only thing I know about it, it keeps fish alive and it tastes terrible.
I don't know if I've ever tasted it, but I can testify to that Gatorade for bass. I had a mishap one time, and I left my live wells on empty, took off and went down the lake, whatever, just say 20-minute ride down the lake, stopped, opened to check on the fish, and of course they had been riding for 20 minutes dry. Luke, if you would have said, are they all dead? I said, deader than a hammer. I pumped water in there, put the G-Juice in there, and all but one came back.
Yeah.
That's 20 minutes out of it, and they came back. 4 of the 5 came back to life, and I know it was because of the Gatorade. So, dumb mistake on my end. One did pass away, but it literally was like brought 4 of them out of the death of the live well back to life. Ended up weighing them all in.
So important to take care of them. Nick P,
he's
listen to
not
that
that
line
big.
sing.
Thought he was bigger than that.
Another vibrating jigfish. What did guys ever do in grass before there were
Just got
vibrating
this
jigs?
next bite.
What did we use? I don't even remember.
It's true if you think about
Down
it.
his throat, if you can see that. Just swallow a big old shad or something.
Nick caught up with one of the gluttonous bass here on Pickwick Lake that can never get full of the shad.
Do they make rattle baits, or rattle traps, or rattling baits anymore?
That's all we used to use.
I know.
And they're still effective, but I feel like most people are just like, it's chatterbait.
I'll put him on this side.
Vibrating jig.
Just because I think he's the smaller. I don't know.
So, Luke,
that's going to get Nick up there close to a limit, right? That's what,
Yes.
4 keepers? I don't think
Getting
Nick's
a lot of bites.
updating for us.
I don't
Here
know,
we go.
understand why I was missing a few of those ones, but it seems like these ones, when you hook them, they're hooked well. They're swallowing the bait. I'm just on these big flats. It's only like 3.5 foot of water, and we're 300 yards off the bank, 200 yards off the bank. And these bass are roaming these flats in the hydrilla. I got that one. He's little.
Hooked up.
This one's not going to keep. But like I said, they're swallowing it when you actually do. I don't know how I was missing those other ones, but they could have been smaller fish. Because it seems like when they get it, they're getting it deep.
Nick P getting a lot of bites, trying to move up that leaderboard and leave this event after Showdown Saturday, still in the lead. That Progressive Angler of the Year, a place he's been all year since you follow. After our second event at Wright Patman, he slid in there, took over that lead, and continued that at the Harris Chain. Even though John Soukup has won 2 events, Nick has, you know, John had a terrible finish, the Harris Chain of like 14th, at Wright Patman about 14th place, you know, the other guy, just terrible finish. And Nick is
Anyone knows
3
me,
for
they
3 on
know I
top
hate
10s.
fishing big flats. Well, it's not really that featureless, but I just don't like fishing these giant flats where you really don't know where your next bite's coming. You kind of just got to cover every little piece of grass. But I don't mind doing it if I'm getting bites like that, several bites. But I really don't like, I like to be more precise. Usually when I fish. But they're just chasing shad on these flats. Flats got a lot of shad roaming around the grass.
Go from Nikki Provanicak over to our leaderboard. Unofficially going to get a first look this morning at the Way Live leaderboard here. And Mike Como, a guy this morning that caught a 4-pounder early, sitting on top unofficially. 5 bass, 13.5 pounds with a 4-pounder in there. He definitely has that foundation laid. Derek Blake in second place. One of the anglers that was doing something very interesting. I won't speak to it just yet. He had some sneaky stuff going on this lake. Talked to Derek last night. Mark Schilling in third. James Schultz in fourth. Chris Heath, Chris Canute, Brandon Perkins, who finally updated his Way Live app and is a liar. Eric Jackson in 8th place. Jesse Millsaps at 9th. And David Hoheisel in 10th place right now unofficially. Brandon Perkins, I'm giving him a hard time. It's his 40th birthday today, so I can do that. Happy birthday to Brandon Perkins. You can tell some fish tales on your birthday, buddy.
That's right. We'll give him a pass. Hunter Bogman, though. I
right there,
him,
just outside of it.
Just outside of town. That's my second man crush
That's
right there.
right.
It might be my first man crush, but love seeing him up there. What an incredible story this man has, and just an inspiration to me, and I'm sure anybody that knows Hunter. He's never quit smiling. Awesome. Just has some, limbs missing. But yet it doesn't stop him
at all.
It doesn't stop him with his attitude. Doesn't stop him with what he does, and just just incredible. Hunter's such a cool dude.
The overwhelming theme of that unofficial leaderboard to me, though, weights are low. If you're a professional bass fishing fan, which obviously you are if you're tuning in to NPFL Live right now, we are not seeing Pickwick show out just yet, but we just ask, wait around for that afternoon delight. It's going to get interesting.
I just told the
Getting a look now at
I think I'm going to go into the hotel here and ask them to turn on the air conditioning.
Get a little AC
Tell
going.
them it needs to get a little bit colder in here.
You know what? I'm going to hope the big cat doesn't hear you say that while he's out there on the water and all of our amazing NPFL camera guys out there doing the hard work while you and I are sitting in the indoors, in the inside here. And one thing about it, Dudley, from the last event, we Skyped in with you. I mean, if you get too hot, I guess you can always take your shirt off. You did NPFL live coverage shirtless. We did a remote check-in with you, and you're just out there flexing on folks. I don't even know how to take that.
I think I got punked like the MTV show. I checked in with the studio and said, hey, am I going to be on video? They said, no, sir. We're just getting your audio. So I was basically naked out there in the hot weather, and next thing I know, I'm on video.
I will say, though, you say all that, I was so surprised. The baby oil on the chest was weird for me, and it was a bottle of it right there on the front deck. I don't know what was going on, but I'm proud to have you back in studio.
It was it wasn't baby. It was Tropicana oil.
Okay.
Just to be clear about that.
Get your sponsor plugs in, Dudley. Get them in. And one of my favorite things about the NPFL is we talk about it a lot off camera. We talk about it on camera as well, is the transparency with the league, the owners. They like to showcase good, bad, and ugly. We're not hiding from anything. And when we saw you were shirtless, we just went full send, buddy. You were going to be a part of the broadcast, and it really livened things up. Bradley Hallman was very jealous.
Y'all totally punked me. I mean, I don't know if Ashton was in the background making this, but y'all totally punked me.
I really had a feeling about that pocket.
Back over to the fishing ninja, Keith Carson. We saw catch a bass just shy of 5 pounds a little earlier for just tuning in. And when he swings, it's going to be a good one. Mm-hmm. That's what Keith was telling me. Not going to get a lot of bites, but when he gets one, it's going to be a big fish.
His eyes are incredible, though.
Yes.
Luke, in shallow water fishermen, let's talk about this. Yes, we got technology of glasses out there, and we can lay heavy on how good our equipment is, how good glasses are. This sunglasses is better than this one. But how much of a role does the actual eyes play for a shallow water fisherman?
It's everything. It's everything. Yeah. Especially in a sight fisherman like Keith, who really picks out whether it's bait fish or actual fish. He's like an osprey out there, man.
But we talk about, yes,
this place here's got some fish on it.
Over to Jesse Millsaps, who doesn't care if Keith Carson can see one or not. He's looking out on those electronics.
Mm-hmm.
Offshore,
still throwing a drop shot, shuttlecock.
Offshore shallow.
We're just mixing it up. We're going to have to. This is a matter of who can get 5 of them to bite this time of day. We just got to keep grinding. We got 2 in the box, which we got you know, looking at about 5.5 hours, 5 hours and 45 minutes to put 3 more in there. So we'll keep casting at them and keep going.
And just by the language of what he's doing, guys, you see him reeling and
there's
stopping
a lot of fish on that school
bait.
on the first stop I was at. We're going to go back to it here real shortly.
Well-known,
but there's some fish here. I'm seeing a lot of fish on the graph here. They're just scattered,
bucktail or
so,
whatever you want to call it.
You know, we're just
can see
mixing
him
it up.
putting it down
that
now.
place
But
they were
one of the
in practice, it
techniques
seemed
that
like when
people
you caught
use
one and
is
caught
just
a
letting
couple
it
off the
glide.
place, you had to.
You give it
like
a
they
quick
wouldn't fire
burst
like they
as you
normal,
saw
like
him,
the
and then
Tennessee
you
River,
let
everybody
it
hears, so you
slide
catch
back
one, they're
down.
gonna fire,
You don't ever want that
sometimes they
bucktail
do.
to fall head forward.
But,
if the
sometimes they
bucktail
don't.
falls straight
And
down, it's more
got a
than
lot of
likely
fish
you're
on
not
it,
going to get a bite.
how you
But
set
as
up
long
on
as
that
it's swimming and fading down, it looks natural, like that shad was trying to get away from him and just kind of eased back down the ledge versus dropping your bait. Glide is always better than a drop with a bucktail. So very obvious looking at him, what he was throwing at that time. And yes, seeing what he's doing now, that's my man. He's got the man stick in his hand. I'm switching roles. That is the man stick right there. I'm going to call bait casters a sissy stick now, Luke. What do you think about that? How you like that?
Just flipping the script on them, as they say.
I've just been mixing it up because you got to throw so many baits.
But switching baits, though, guys, when you are offshore, you just saw him make a few casts with.
You know, it's just it's a grind. I mean, it's going to be that way today. I don't think, you know, we've had cloudy conditions all practice, and they pulled a lot of current in practice, which made the fish. To me, they're setting up a little better today, but they're just pressured. You can tell the fish are really pressured here by the way they're setting up. So, but we'll keep throwing finesse at them, throwing them accents and drop shots, and you know, a variety. We got a true grit tackle football jig on. You know, we're going to throw that some. We're just, you know, it's going to be who can get 5 bites in this tournament. I think each day 5 quality bites, and because they're not. I haven't seen the big schools and stuff, so. One school's the biggest school I've seen yet. And I should have caught that one. It just took off with it like it grabbed the end of it. But we switched up. I mean, I throwed a drop shot, I throwed the hair jig. Now I've picked up a straight shaky head, just throwing a straight shaky head on the same fish that I fished for with everything else, and then finally get that one to bite. Because there's a school of them now. They're showing up on my graph. Right here's a bunch on my graph right here. Right back where I just got bit at. They're about 80 feet straight that way. Oh yeah, there's a school. There's a school. They just showed up. That fish must have got active and bit. Because he pulled a lot more with him whenever he showed up.
Good stuff.
Thing about it is,
Jesse
this is the
Millsap
Tennessee
out there
River,
breaking
so
it down for us.
Things can happen fast here, especially if they switch water gears and stuff like that. The fish set up just a little different.
Dudley, we got an off-air text from our friend of the NPFL, professional bass angler and ledge fishing guru,
you can get a couple
Jason
bites.
Lambert.
That's the key.
Was texting me, and he said, better watch my boy Perkins, but you guys need to realize it's that 2 o'clock and later hour. Things are going to get interesting on the home pond. So Lambert keeping up with us today on NPFL Live. We thank him for he can give us the goods on this place. He knows where they live. Shout out to Jay Lamb, as Bill Taylor used to call him.
Just watching every offshore angler, it's nonstop. Just looking at his electron, you know, it's taking your eyes off that is you're is so addicting.
Over to one of our local favorites, Michael Brewer, and he's making a liar out of me. He's not within sight of that concrete, but I think he probably made a move a little further up the lake. And as I checked, TVA, anytime you're fishing a lake with a hydroelectric dam, Dudley, it's public information. When they discharge water, how many turbines they're running, and you can get all that. It tells you the estimated flow. So these guys knew coming into today what the schedule looked like, but you can actually, TVA has an app, you can look hour by hour. So all these guys know when that switch is going to get flipped. And this morning out of the Wilson Dam on the upper end of the lake, the headwaters, they were already running around 20,000 cubic feet per second. But then on the lower end down where we are here in Counce, Tennessee at Pickwick Dam, only about 9,000 cubic feet per second. That is estimated to go well towards 20,000 this afternoon. And when those two kind of meet in the middle, so to speak, where they're pulling out of the bottom end and pushing from that top end, that's when that afternoon delight can certainly take off. And these fish, like we heard Millsaps mention, they start to position differently on these places because they know the dinner bell is getting rung by the TVA. Michael's certainly having a slower morning than I think he was anticipating and would like to be having, but he's one of those guys, and all of our anglers with this adjusted schedule they're fishing today, it's the guys that are going to be able to stay in it mentally until the afternoon.
Absolutely.
All 3 days.
Absolutely. Huge. In this game of offshore fishing, you better be mentally
That's
tough.
right.
Like, you better have a strong mind, because shallow water, you can nickel and dime. Like,
That's right.
Keep your nerves. Okay, I got one, and nickel and dime, and then you're slowly working yourself towards that limit. Offshore game, you go 0-0. You don't nickel and dime that much out there because you're dealing with big schools, and your butt better have some thick skin playing out there. And I really think that the shallow water, I think we're going to see as it unfolds, Luke. But do you think seeing as many people shallow right now, are they playing the game of just points for AOI? Do you think this is a survival? Do you think shallow water is a survival point strategy, or do you think these – because look at Nick. Nick is shallow. You look at Keith Carson is shallow. We're seeing quite Soukup, your man crush. He's going shallow. Is that a nerve thing, or is that, hey, this is what I need for a win because, it's a little slow right now, but how much of a role do you think that is? Basically, I know went around a long way around that. Luke, the question is this. Are they playing the AOI game?
Defense game.
Defensive game. Do you think seeing these top 5 AOI points leaders going shallow, is that shocking you? Or is that a defensive game?
It's not, especially after talking to a couple of the guys like Nick and like Keith. I mean, it very much was, hey, we need to survive, right? That was the deal. And something I want to go back and hit on, the shallow bite, it can be consistent. It can get you bit. You're moving around a lot. You don't feel like you're maybe wasting time just sitting out in the middle of nothing, right? But these offshore guys, you said nickel and dime. They can go from nickel to diamond to taking $1 million check to the bank in a matter of 5 minutes.
Yes,
okay,
absolutely. But the nerves.
That's right.
I still say though, we're this far into the AOI race. I'm going to say it's a little bit more conservative watching these guys go shallow. A little bit more of a defensive move because there's only a 42-point spread. Now, a 42-point spread between first and fifth place, that is a big point spread in the AOI race. They're pretty much looking at it and going, not to say 6th, 7th, 8th can't come back to win AOI, but that would take 5 top anglers faltering the next 2 tournaments.
No doubt about it.
I don't,
These guys have been really great all year.
Yes, the stars would have to line up. So I kind of feel like the top 5 are the ones to, keep our eyes on. But I say defense. The shallow water is a little bit of conservative, playing defense, and hopefully, guys, everything winning AOI is not always about winning tournaments and top 5 and things like that. It's a chess game, and sometimes you got to lay up a move and play a little bit of defense.
That's right. It can't always be about the home run ball. Sometimes you got to get those base hits. And while these guys are out there swinging, we're going to take a quick break, get a look at these sponsors that make all this possible here at the NPFL Live. Dudley, we appreciate each and every one of them, just like we appreciate all you viewers. We'll see you on the other side.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free. If you choose that, you can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Jake Schultz, Norco Tackle.
My name's Frank Ramsey, TH Marine Pro.
NPFL, TH Marine Pro, Shane Cole here.
I want to talk to y'all a little bit about some TH Marine products.
Been on staff for quite a few years, boats loaded from bow to stern.
Hey, what I want to do is discuss some really important tools on my boat.
This is our jack boat.
It's the steer blocks.
It's the troll tamer.
Sometimes you either got to go across skinny water, hop over something skinny, get over a log jam, and there's no better way to do any of that than with the TH jack plate.
So the steer blocks, keep the motor from going from side to side, going down the highway. It's just a safe feature that TH Marine has come up with.
I live up on the Great Lake, so you have to have something to keep that trolling motor secure. It locks to your boat, does not move.
And TH Marine just makes such a quality product.
Can't beat their products.
I wouldn't fish without it.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
Check out everything on thmarine.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Back out on Pickwick Lake with David Gaston.
We need it.
David
And
brought us
some
some
wind.
fireworks
I
earlier
like it.
today, just like he did at the Harris Chain. Currently sitting in 4th in our Progressive Angler of the Year race. Progressive Insurance, the official sponsor of the AOY race and the presenting sponsor of this event here. Stop number 4, Counts, Tennessee. Rumor is Flo is going to be at the weigh-ins this week, so kids want to come out and get a selfie with Flo. If that doesn't happen, David Dudley has said he has a Flo Halloween costume ready to go. So
she texted me last night. I think she was going to be there around 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock early.
Yeah,
early for the drive-through.
We're going to have lunch, and then she's going to lunch. We're going.
So you're going to leave the live set. I see what you're trying to do here. Yeah, I get it. I'll man the ship. No problem. Are you going to try to get a better rate for your boat insurance or RV insurance?
She's already given me that. We'll probably just.
You're past that point. Okay.
Yeah, we're past that point. We're just going to talk a little bit of fishing. You know, she wants a little bit of help in catching fish on a wacky worm. So.
Okay, so that's definitely your expertise.
Mm-hmm.
Gaston looks like he's moved a little more offshore, maybe out of the grass a little bit. Gaston is not one of those tournament jersey types out here on the National Professional Fishing League, and he's always got that drip.
Mm-hmm. Looks like he's been playing paintball. What it looks like he's been doing. He got hit a couple of times.
Well, you know, it gets a little crowded on the ledges at Pickwick. Sometimes did somebody in our field have a paintball gun? Did he get a little close? We'll speculate on that and catch up with Dave about it later. He's from Gaston, sitting offshore back over to Georgia angler Jesse Millsaps. Still trying to get a school to fire this morning on Pickwick Lake. It's been the theme so far. And this as we head into 11 o'clock here, and Millsap sitting unofficially on 2 fish right now. Go from Millsaps to the overwhelming pre-tournament favorite. Man sitting in the number 5 spot on the Progressive Angler of the Year leaderboard, and that's Mr. Brandon Perkins, the birthday boy, Brandon Perkins.
And there's fish all over out here. They're here. Just getting one on the bite.
That's the addicting part, isn't it, Luke?
Shake your head. I got bed on it.
With the electronics nowadays, you can almost get yourself, as good as they are, Luke, do you feel you can get yourself in trouble with the electronics on knowing when to move and when to stay? He's definitely sees them there, but back in the day, right?
We got the old
back in the
KDR
day
cranking
before we
stick
could look
rolling right now.
80 foot away. Would you? We
we're
would
on
be
4.
more quicker to move than
I lost
we are
one good one
nowadays.
that I definitely would like to have in the box. And one that I feel like you can take away in and be good. I've got one of those in there and 3 smaller ones. But man, the day is still young. We got plenty of time. The school is actually
having some audio trouble with the birthday boy there, Brandon Perkins, but I did hear him say he has one that he certainly wants to take to weigh in, a couple others he feels like he needs to get rid of. Saw one really nice fish when he held him up there earlier. But Dudley, to touch on what you're saying, I do think electronics are so great now. It does make you sit on a spot a little longer, but it gives you confidence, but it can burn you, almost like sight fishing for a bedding fish that won't bite. You know, you said at Eufaula it becomes personal. You know, we watched Jesse Millsap's fight with a 7-pound plus fish on Showdown Saturday, and it does become personal. You want to catch those fish, and it's the same, except the difference is every one of those little Tic Tacs, every one of those little dots on that screen, you're like, oh, man, you're basically counting them, and you're going, man, there's 50 right here in front of my face, and you know your day can change in
a matter of moments.
a matter of minutes.
But also, you heard John Soukup talking about, hey, I think I need them to react to something because they might be catfish. I need them to, and you're looking for language when you are sight fishing on one on the bed. You're looking for language, sign language. What John is talking about, and what happens is a lot of with electronics, the only way that those fish are communicating to you is sign language. And what you see them do on that screen should be telling you a story versus people can get in the electronics and look at their screen and just go, hey, look, there's fish over there. But seeing that sign language or fish language is extremely important.
And right there he's reading that fish language, and he's going to make a move based on what he's seeing there. And I'm getting word that the big cat has been out there on the water, putting in that sweat equity, as we like to call it. We're going to catch up with Fat Cat Newton out on the water. And
I'll zoom in where you can see, and I see someone.
And I hope he's staying hydrated.
Pickwick Lake. We're about 5 miles south of the dam where we were earlier, and on our way coming down the lake, we were watching some of the guys. A couple guys were beating the banks. We saw Darrell Lyons. He was fishing the bank, a bluff wall, and we saw him get one. I think it was his second or third fish in the boat, about a pounder. But for the most part, we were seeing guys out in the middle. We saw one cool thing happen. It was about a mile or so up from the dam. We saw Randy Kukral and Jake Shawls out in the middle fishing the ledge. We saw Jake cast. He was behind Randy Kukral, made that long cast, almost hitting the back of Randy's boat, and he was dragging. And next thing you know, boom goes a dynamite jam, stealing one of them, comes out, does all the dance on top of the water, but basically caught the fish right from under Randy's boat. We saw Jake catch 2, didn't see Randy catch 1, did see him jam steal, left those 2, came back up, coming to Craig Burwell and Greg Mansfield. Kind of the similar situation. They were side by side. We sat there and watched Mansfield catch 2, put number 5 to get that fully loaded live well. So that's a common thing. We move further this way, and next thing you know, now we got Stuart Arthur. He doesn't have anything in the boat yet. He's just waiting. You got Mike Nugent over there in the fully loaded rat boat. He's having a good day. He's got one about 3.5 pounds. And then right here, we got Cameron Wilt. Haven't talked to him yet, but 3 guys right here. The common thing that I'm hearing from everybody, We need current, Fat Cat. Fat Cat, make a phone call. Get that current going. It's funny how it's going right now. It's kind of, you got guys sitting on this area just waiting for it to turn on. So where we are here in Hardin County, there's a little restaurant right across the dam called the Outpost. So when you get to the Outpost, you know it's good because people show up waiting 2 hours to get that food. That's kind of like how fishing is on Pickwick. These boys will pull up on a spot and they'll sit on that spot, hold that spot until them fish turn on and they're ready to eat. So it's good enough to wait, just like the Outpost eating. We're going to hang around here a little bit longer and see if we can't watch these guys flipping the boat. I'll tell you who I'm waiting to see. Little birdie told me Brandon Perkins is right around this area in one of those little sneaky spots. He's about to come out here and hit some of his holes. So we're going to see what Brandon Perkins is doing as well. But Luke and Dudley, hope you boys are having a good time in that AC, because out here I'm sweating like a stuck pig. It's going to be a long day, but it's going to be well worth it, fellas. Y'all appreciate y'all. Y'all stay tuned.
The big cat right there. And, you know, you said you wanted the air conditioning adjusted in here a little bit, but I think that we can deal with it because the big cat is out there definitely dealing with it. And Dudley, one of those things that we mentioned earlier, the crowding, that was a great shot that was captured right there by Fat Cat and his cameraman, the Wombat, out there showing that story of what goes on those ledges. He's saying guys are working together. Randy Kukral, Jake Scholes, they travel together. They're working together. Jake catches one right under Randy's boat. Now we see these three guys right on top of each other. That story is definitely playing out even outside of our cameras, right? That's going to be it's whether Brandon Perkins, you know, one of these guys that might have that sneaky spot like Fat Cat's talking, is that going to be the deciding factor in the offshore win? Who can kind of separate themselves from those community holes?
Every offshore tournament that I've ever fished in, the top 2 or 3 always have that one bonus hole, that one sneaky hole, the one that they can go to at any time and let it reload, work it over, reload. If you have a school that you can work over yourself, that is going to be the key factor in winning this tournament. And it sounds like Perkins is the man who might have that little sneaky hole.
No doubt about it. We've had a lot of hook sets, though, working their way towards some fully loaded live wells. We're going to take a look back this morning at Pickwick Lake. We have had some live action, and it's heating up. It's going to get a lot better. We are heading into that witching hour as the day grows on. But this morning, lots of fish catches we're going to take a look at right now, Dudley. NPFL Live from Counce, Tennessee.
He's 15.5.
Nick Bravana-Zach this morning.
Oh, gosh. Come on. Come on with it.
That's a big one. A birthday boy, local favorite, Brandon Perkins. Super confident coming to this event. And rightfully so. He knows this place as well as anybody. Look at that. Unofficially 3 for 6 pounds. I believe he's off on that a little bit. There, Hookup, Soukup. On the bank, something we don't see a lot of him this time of year. You would not expect. And Keith Carson, the fish catch of the day by far.
Damn.
The shallow water ninja.
The shallow water ninja.
He saw that fish, followed that bait, didn't panic.
Nope.
Takes his time, is able to catch it. Mark Schilling. Good stuff so far this morning. It's only going to get better, and we jump back over to Bay Springs Lake with that shallow water ninja himself, Keith Carson.
You could see that little bar. Oh, perfect setup.
Timing. Thank you, Keith.
Perfect setup.
Thank you,
too.
Keith.
And to switch to the swim jig.
You could see that little.
Ooh, he's peeing. That one's on the bed. Just kidding, guys. They're not spawning. That one's on that meaty chunk. On that. Okay, so he ain't big, but he's a keeper. I'll take him.
Switched over from his topwater worm, as he likes to call it.
You see that sandbar, that's a typical area
Almost
that
two.
bluegills would be concentrated in on.
Float number 1. He's going in the small side. All right, cool. Man, it's 2 fish, can't complain. Got it, you can only catch them one at a time, so. 1:14.
Updating that Way Live leaderboard for us. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you, yes.
We'll buy you dinner.
Update it.
You will not get chewed out by Luke.
Shoot, it's not letting me update it. Huh. Well, you guys saw it's a 1:14. I don't know why that's not working. Let's get another one.
Of course, all the Way Live information can be found on tnpfl.com. Go to the Go Live tab. Look for the Way Live leaderboard. Completely unofficial until these guys get the bass back to the drive-through weigh-in at Pickwick Landing State Park this afternoon. It's one of my favorite things that these anglers are encouraged to do out here, though, is it helps us tell the story. And these anglers have families at home. They have sponsors. They have fans that want to know what's going on, and it just helps us tell the story. It takes a little bit of time.
Like, sometimes they're out in the sun, because what happens, the fish are doing all kinds of things here. Some of them are hanging out in the shade. Some of them are out in the sun, and the ones that are out in the sun are the ones that are chasing the brim. You know, they're just like, they don't even care about the sun, because they're actively chasing brim on the beds. And that's what I think that one that was almost 5 pounds, that's what I think he was doing. Because he hit it on like just a sandy spot. And so like you can't really key in on one thing exactly. You just have to fish. I just wish I could get more than one bite. That's just a beautiful little point right there.
Keith, one of our favorite guys to have on live. He breaks down every thought, every pattern. And he approaches shallow water with just an expertise and a comfort that is so rare.
All right.
But fishing Florida, fishing shallow vegetation primarily his entire life, he is certainly in his comfort zone.
Keep moving here. All right.
Keith's going to make a
All right,
little
cool.
move,
Got
looks
two.
like. He has told me that this morning. He's going to be running and gunning a lot.
All right, just picked up my second keeper. You know, we've probably hit like 20 spots so far. I'm just going to keep moving. You know, it's, you know, not bad. We got some clouds rolling in, so it's kind of exciting. I think that's going to change it up a little bit. I've only had, what time is it? It's 11, so I've only had 2 bites in 2 hours. That's not very good. So I'm going to need to hit a spot where I can get a few good ones. So let's just keep it rolling, keep moving.
Feels where it just gets mushy. There was weight there when I pulled.
Getting another look at Hookup Soukup.
Back out off the bank.
Back off the bank again.
I know a lot of guys will be
with a crick in his neck,
throwing drop shots and stuff on these fish. And for me to be as patient as I want to be and need to be, I need to be able to feel the bottom and cover a little bit of water still.
If you're just joining us for the first time on NPFL Live and you've been under a rock in the bass fishing world, John Soukup, of course, the winner of 2 of our 3 events we've had so far in our inaugural season here.
Got it. Oh, we got it.
And I will say, because we've spent a lot of time with John in all of
This is
our
the best
hours
I
of
felt
live
all day.
coverage so far,
Right now.
obviously. And he's not his usual confident self
Even
this
though
morning.
these
so
fish are
far.
It does seem off a little bit.
A little bit. So far. So
Yeah,
far.
I know.
He's feeling it out. He's trying to play the game and see where he needs to be to get himself comfortable. But he certainly is not that, we haven't heard that hookup laugh yet this morning that we certainly get when he is dominating.
True.
But as the hours, go by, I think that we'll get closer to one of those
So I know if
hookup
I'm
chuckles at some
My
point.
theory is, that school that's usually up here, hundreds of fish. There's fish up here, but not hundreds. That they pulled off and they're hugging that sidewall real good, and you just can't see them. And so you just gotta. Remember when I said I want to go fish deep and like tumble some stuff down, and this is what I was thinking. We just happened to go pop a catfish and it threw me off for a second.
Luke, question. He always gets this look on his face when I say.
I just get so nervous. I just
Question.
never know with you.
He's shaking over there. On these bars of Tennessee River, have you experienced, like he just mentioned, hey, these fish are sitting out off, the deeper side of the ledge.
I don't feel like this is 20
How
pound
much
stuff,
of
though,
an
man. I feel like this is max 15.
Angle does it play?
Max.
Do angles play a huge
trying to
role
salvage.
in? Would you get on top the bar, throw deep, and come up?
Well, those boys that have
Could
a
you
later
trigger
day
them
today
that
when they
way,
turn that thing
or do
on
you
at 4 o'clock,
always top to bottom?
It totally depends on the spot. I know that's vague, but it does depend on the spot, how they're positioned, and like he's saying right now. So
Well, let's paint that story.
So
if they're on the deep side, what are you doing?
He's saying right now, hey, the current's not strong. They're not positioned up in that feeding mode, kind of on the side, the top of the bar, on the edge of the ledge. They've slid off the side. So for me, dragging from shallow out right now,
You'd go from top. You'd be on top.
Now I'll
to
mix
deep.
it up if I think that especially if I'm struggling, I'll mix it up. But for
Everybody
me,
knows, man.
when the
Everybody
current
knows.
is going, this is key in my opinion. And a lot of Tennessee River anglers' opinion. These fish are going to want to face the current because it brings the bait to
Absolutely.
them. So you want to present your bait in a manner, if you can, in the way the bait is naturally coming through there, in my opinion.
The way I describe it is when the AC comes on and this current happens, you don't want to be at the back of the line feeding, right? So if you got all your buddies there and that food is being tumbled down, coming to you with that current, you don't want to be at the back of the line, right? You're going to want to be at the front of the line. And
hook up.
So that's
hook up and then not hook up.
my curiosity was, in your experience,
better than nothing.
Have you seen instances where you went on top of the bar, casted out into the deep side, and brung it back up, and on a school that you could not fire, throwing from top to bottom, from the top of the
fishing backwards? You're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, I have.
Have
done that, yeah.
you triggered a school that you could not get bit?
I've done that.
Okay.
I've done that, and that comes into play with electronics and just trying different things to make them fire. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't read the magazines that we read, right? They tend to do what they want to do.
Right.
You're just gonna have to let them.
But it still boils down to this.
You'll have to eat it.
I don't care how
You might
good
have to
guys
drop
catch them in
shot
practice
off.
every lake we go to. I don't care what their game plan is. Bass have
Oh, dude, I see
brains
'em right here.
and they have fins.
They are.
They can swim where they want and they can decide whether they want to bite or not. And that's certainly what you're seeing. You're looking at all these fish. This forward-facing sonar. He's looking at a pile.
But I felt the line. It feels
And
good everywhere. So.
until they decide it's time for them to bite, as humans, I mean, we're breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the most part. Some of us indulge a little more than others, Dudley.
Yeah.
But, at all hours, 6-8 meals a day. But for the most part, these fish, their metabolism slows this time of year. They're not feeding that many times a day.
I've tried that. I've tried the switch it up on them, but I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen me trigger a school like. I think when they've seen that same trick worm or that same robo worm or that same whatever crankbait come by, and then all of a sudden the crankbait comes from his right side 35 times, and then all of a sudden the crankbait comes from to his left side. I don't know. I've heard talks about it. I don't know. If you're lining up your cast right and they're presenting it, then I can see, them biting it if they're ready.
Just something that makes them trigger. Sometimes you got to make them mad, when force feed them a little bit. While Soukup tries to get it figured out, Dudley, we are going to take a quick commercial break. Of course, you will have uninterrupted coverage. Double Box brought to you by Fully Loaded, and we will see you guys on the other side for more live action from Pickwick Lake.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff.
Bundle.
Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster. An insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
This John guy.
I'm gonna be shooting you catching a lot of fish here pretty soon.
It's either a big stump there or...
Wow. That's them chasing out there. Oh, dang it. I'm wrapped up. Man, the bass are chasing shad out here in the middle, and I'm trying this top water on all this standing timber, but for whatever reason, I have not had any luck on a walking bait. You think they'd just smoke this thing out here, but I don't know. One just blew up right here. Yeah, I know it. Where you guys at? I got 2. I only need 3 more. So that's cool. Man, look all the shad popping. I can see it. There's thousands and thousands of shad in the backs of these creeks.
Interesting choice of color, Luke. Really. Really shocked at that.
Huge, massive
He's
schools
talking
of
about
them,
shad
and I cannot get a single
and
bite.
he's throwing something. I don't think yellow represents shad.
I don't know. They say find the bait and find the fish, but that ain't always true.
I will say this, that color he's throwing.
Uh-oh. He's grinning like a possum eating.
It has a chartreuse back, but it's translucent on the bottom. It's called Okie Shad. And it is one that it's been thrown a few times on the Tennessee River. Dudley, I think it's time for a little bass tank breakdown on what Keith's talking about there. The shad in the back of this creek, something we start to see really more in about a month, but you can see him over his shoulder there. Lots of bait fish.
Getting lucky when I don't hit one.
But what's the thought process there, Dudley? Is the water going to be cooler back there where he's at right now for the bass tank breakdown? Is that why he is far up that creek as he can get?
Yeah, this time of year, the springs that will come out of the ground will be cooler than the lake after a certain point, no doubt. It's something that a lot of shallow water anglers look for is the cool water springs, and you truly have to go to dirt to find that.
As far as you can get, right?
As far as you can get. Now, look, you can even that drain that he's casting in right now, if he was to pan out, it's just a small little drain. Those bass can feel that 5 to 10 degree temperature change, and they'll get up there in inches of water in the summer, which would blow your mind. You're like, why are they up there that shallow? Well, they're pretty smart. When you got 10 degree water change within 3 feet of that drain draining in, that's why they're there. I mean, they know themselves. They can feel that temperature change, and it's a very good pattern to run this time when it is extremely hot.
Right.
But you got to go to the extreme upper end to where that water is still cool coming into that lake or a river or wherever it's at for them to get to that cool water.
But you certainly, the bass feel that, but those shad also feel that. They start to migrate towards that, and then when worlds collide, that's why they're in there. They're going to get, my dad, this is one of my favorite sayings he ever had. He said, son, those shad could climb a light pole and those bass will find them. That's how it is. They're going to find the bait fish. And that's certainly what Keith is hoping to key in on. Heard him say there also sitting on 3 fish now. While we were on commercial break, he put another in the boat there.
I just see like 2 small clumps up here. And
that was our bass tank breakdown. Of course, the bass tank,
while they feed on
electronics experts.
That was the good
Oklahoma.
stretch right there. But the fish are moving so much. So I see a nice clump up here at the up ahead on the point. So I'm gonna hit that. Yeah, because there's so much bait in here, so these fish are moving because you got a ton of shad out in the middle over like 15 feet of water, and then we got a lot of brim up shallow, but the brim are moving too. Like, they're not all on the beds. Some of the brim are on the beds, and some of them are just moving. Like, there was some pockets in practice that had tons of brim, and it had bass in them too. And then I went back through them, and there's like no brim there now. So, and then no bass either. So it's like, not, you know, it's not good. So now I just got to keep guessing. It's like, today's like another practice day. It's like back to practicing. You know, I got 2. I need 3 more. There's shad jumping right there in the grass. It's like I got 2. I need 3 more in the next 3 hours. And whatever size they'll be, I'll take them, because so far today's not fishing that great as far as the amount of bites go anyways.
Always getting
But you know what, I mean,
unofficial bass tank breakdown from
said,
Keith Carson.
I'm okay with not getting many bites if I can get the right bites. You know, that's what I do. That should have been one right there. I'm in 6 feet right here, deep water, next to like 1 foot. There should have been one right here. Nothing.
Deep is a relative term.
For him, deep 6 foot.
Meanwhile, we got guys out there plugging around in 25 out on the main lake.
His confidence is just crazy.
Terrifying?
Yes.
Well, let's keep moving.
His confidence is.
Our anglers obviously aren't allowed to watch live on the water, and I'm always glad that they can't hear these guys when they get dialed in on things. Keith's going to make a little move here. Keith, who has been no stranger to our top 10 this year, not in it so far this morning, but let's take a look at our unofficial leaderboard. Right now, it can be found on tnpfl.com. All of our anglers are encouraged to enter their unofficial weights here. Mike Como got on top of the board this morning early and has not given that up at all. Derek Blake still hanging around and fishing a very interesting pattern down in the Bay Springs area in second place. Jay Willie, Joel Willert, and Greg Mansfield, third and fourth. They're travel partners, roommates. Could we have some of that rub reel to rub reel action going on right there? You know, they both got limits in the boat, small limits, but building that foundation. Sheldon Collings, Chris Heath, David Hoheisel, Mark Schilling, James Schultz, and Robbie Frazier rounding out that unofficial top 10. Low weight so far, but kind of what I expected a little bit. That grit and grind. I mean, these guys have only been fishing 3.5 hours. That's what you need to keep in mind. Most professional fishing coverage you watch, most professional tournaments, you know, we're starting at daylight. Weigh-in starts at 2, starts at 3. This week with the NPFL here in Counts, Tennessee, we actually started in kind of a lull. You know, it gets daylight at 5:30 or so. There's a little bit of a bite then, but then it'll slow down after lunch, getting more towards 1, 2 o'clock. We're definitely going to see things start to fire up, I believe. And, you know, Dudley, fortunately for us, we're only in, you know, a little over 2 hours of our coverage here. We go to 3 p.m. today on tnpfl.com, YouTube, and Facebook as we bring you live action from the league in Counts, Tennessee, Pickwick Lake, and Hardin County. Mark Schilling hooked up with something. Mark's in a very popular area of Pickwick Lake right now.
Recognize that.
Yeah, a lot. If you've ever been to Pickwick, this area certainly
surprised he's not throwing up underneath his boat, though.
Is a little shallower on the bar than what I would expect.
Yeah.
Marking the Riverton area. And those are actually old locks. So this is kind of a bass tank breakdown, so to speak. But the river ledges you hear us talk about are obviously, as you mentioned in the open of the show, it's where the TVA flooded this valley. That's the original Tennessee River. So when we say ledge or bar, that is what would have been the riverbank, essentially. So when it comes up, that drop off from the bottom of that channel where he's throwing there is actually the old river right there. And they had a lock right there. It's one of the old lock walls. So when we say river ledge, that's what we mean. It's the actual edge of the original river channel that for years was all that flowed through this valley until TVA dammed the lakes.
And you can actually graph the lock.
That's right.
Where he's at. You know, they.
There's actually a city in that area too that was flooded.
Okay.
Yeah, the little town as well.
I just
not right there. It's within sight of there. There's there's a lot of interesting history there. Of course, the Trail of Tears, Dudley, came through this area as well. Lots of history, lots of Native American history in the Tennessee Valley.
How many arrowheads?
I was going to say, so many artifacts, man.
River.
Between that and Civil War artifacts, man, the Tennessee River is just full of history.
I've seen a lot of people. We came to this lake one time years ago. Of course, I don't remember, but it was very low, and I saw this guy walking the bank, and I happened to be coming down the bank, and I asked him, I said, hey, you know, what's going on, or how you doing, or something. I said something. He said, oh, I'm just looking for some arrowheads along, and it was, you know, it was on an island, which would have been the top of a mountain at the time before the dam happened. But he was on an island up there, and I've seen it a few times on that lake.
Oh, they find a lot of them. You've got people that scuba dive for them as well. They find
mussel divers always find the artifacts. But I talked to this one mussel diver one time, got to be good friends with him, and he said, I just can't take them out of the water. And I thought that was cool. Like he said, I have found Indian mounds, you know, a lot of artifacts. And he said, Dudley, I feel like I'm stealing or, you know, removing history or whatever. And he says, every artifact that I've ever found, he said, and I've found some cool ones, he said, I've left down in there. I thought that was cool, you know. But it is also cool to bring it up out of the water and just witness it for your own eyes.
So much history.
Actually, in the state of New York, it is against the law if you find an artifact that's against the law, I think, to remove it. And you have to, if you do, you have to turn it in immediately to the authorities.
Dudley, I'm just going to put you on the spot here. That is a very odd law to know, and I feel like you have some personal experience with that. We're not gonna get into that, but I feel like at some point you removed an artifact. And look, I've watched a lot of movies where people removed artifacts and bad juju followed them for the rest of their life. So I really don't even want you being this close to me now that we've broken through on that.
That one's not even a keeper.
Nope, no artifacts.
Back over to Keith Carson, trying to find one of those
in like 6 inches
relics of Pickwick Lake, one of those big bass. That's the last bass he just tossed back there. Certainly not one of what Keith is wanting to find. Keith, of course, in that Bay Springs area, not on the Tennessee River.
Oh, man.
On the Tom Bigby Waterway.
That was a good bite. And I get hung up. Like, you don't get many opportunities, you know. It's gotta be just right.
A little frustration coming out of Keith there, which is rare. I'm just waiting to set the hook myself. Looking at that great camera work.
I'm just like frozen in time right now, watching
Another
that.
little guy.
Notice how he killed it on the outside of that grass.
I want to catch them back to back like that, but I want them to be keepers.
We saw Keith catch 2 4-pounders back to back at the Harris chain, just like that.
That's not 15.
Almost a similar setup. He may have locked through to the Harris chain, actually.
Oh, look at the ditch right there. Guys, we just got through talking.
Wow, that's a
Look at see the dark vein right there? That's a spring head that he's catching those fish in, and that's what they're leading up in. Look to the left corner of that screen. That's a spring head right there. And he's catching them, and those bass are sitting in that cool water. See, that's the actual spring head coming in right there. And you see that dark vein that he's coming through. To the right, you see that's why those bass were there.
And that juicy pepper grass mat.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's
So
still
don't
in there. I
ever,
haven't
the
seen him
point
swim
is,
out.
Luke, we could tell the audience, don't ever count out extremely
keep
shallow
it.
water
That's right.
in the summer.
They're not going to eat it with all that grass on it.
good. Oh.
You know, Keith's
It's
feeling
pretty
it,
crazy.
man.
I'll show you something. I've been getting a lot of bites in these pockets, and if you look right here, that's a bass bed, and that's a bass bed right there. They're not on them. They're not on these beds, but they recently were. For a bed to be that white still in July, that isn't from a month or 2 months ago. That's recent. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool to know that they just spawn like all the time. It's like what their life revolves around is spawning and eating, and that's it. It's like so yeah.
Keith is actually, I mean, he's convinced that just recently there were some bedding bass still spawning in this area, talking about clean beds, Dudley, where they fan off with their tail. And that's interesting. You know, it is late in the year for that in this area, this region of the country. But if anybody tells me they believe that, and I'll take their word for it, it'll be Keith Carson. Now, back over to Mark Schilling playing that offshore game. Oh, look like we got a little schooling action.
Uh-huh. I'm getting ready.
Something that we do see a lot of times, especially this time of year with not a lot of current flow. Sometimes these fish, they just roam around.
Look at that. Oh, my gosh.
This would explain why Mark's throwing up shallower on the bar.
There's a couple big
Oh,
ones
my
very beginning.
Oh.
Who thinks he's getting ready to snatch you one up?
Fish on. Fish on.
Mark Schilling hooked up with one of those schooling bass.
Oh, he's going to be close. I don't think he's 15.
What is that?
Not at all.
Chatterbait?
It's long. 14 and a quarter.
Oh, not going to make it to the fully loaded live well for Schilling.
I don't know if that's going to stay or not. There's another. Nope.
Certainly a lot of fish in this area where Mark's at.
There's some big ones right there.
Pretty popular 10-mile stretch right there of the lake.
Seeing as many fish active. Oh. Now, as many fish were erupting there, and you could see them still erupting.
Great camera work.
Could they be white bass? Luke, you fish
They'll,
this
they'll
lake?
be mixed in. Yeah, you'll see. There's certainly, and you can see some of those. Some of those bulls are certainly a lot bigger than white bass, but they're mixed in for sure. Probably with these schoolers, you'll see white bass, a lot of smaller bass at times, but there'll be some old bigs
Now you
mixed in. Yeah, there's some good ones in this school. You'll see them show themselves every now and then right there.
Lord have mercy. Lordy. And he ain't bowed up yet. I'm going to say that the majority of those are whiteys. But absolutely, when the bass see the whiteys get excited,
That's right. They get fired up.
It creates a frenzy with them also. See, there is. If they were all bass, there ain't no way in the world that he's coming through there without getting bit. Like that cast, 100%. Like it should be.
And the reason the white bass, well, he's throwing a little bit bigger bait. A lot of them are smaller.
Yes.
Something that does go on this lake, though, the bass will eat those white bass as well.
Yeah, but it's going to take a
good one. It takes a good one. Most of those whiteys are pound to 2 pounds. And just massive schools of them all over the
And I eat
ledges.
those suckers too. A lot of people, man, I'll eat a darn white bass in a heartbeat. That sucker's got a white muscle with a little bit of red in it. Shoot. Make me a fish taco out of that.
After the event, you can tune in for more Cooking with Dudley, ladies and gentlemen. Go from Mark Schilling over to Keith Carson.
Look at that drain he's casting
Perfect. Perfect area.
I'm saying he's going to set
He didn't
up
get it.
perfect.
God, he smoked it too.
Oh, no.
What is
All right,
going
guys,
on?
look at that creek
They're
drain.
not getting it, and they're like knocking the crap out of it. That's another good one.
That's what I'm talking about, guys. Summertime drains. Cool
Clear water, too.
Look at that. Get the net.
No.
Those bass are set up in that cold water.
That's the same fish, though.
Set up in that cold water.
Okay, I don't think that's a keeper.
Man. So that is.
Let's see. Nope.
See if this one makes it into the live well for
You know what? I
Keith.
better measure this other one just to check. Yeah, he should be a keeper, right? Oh yeah, he's 16 inches. Okay. Okay. Shoot. Now I have like no baits to throw, and they were blowing up in there. I guess I'll sling this in there.
Cold water spring.
Keith just not seeing the quality that he was expecting. He told me, he had seen several 3 to 5 pound bass in practice. Of course, had his hooks covered.
Right,
Water's
let's rig up
clear.
it.
He's seeing these fish bite. Certainly not seeing that quality so far this morning. Over to Michael Brewer, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee angler who knows Pickwick Lake as well as anybody in this field.
In a popular area.
In a popular area. He's made a big move. He's almost 50 miles right now from our takeoff here in Counce, Tennessee.
Surprising that he hasn't really. I see him here and not at a sneaky hole. You know what I'm saying? But there's nothing wrong with fishing an area where a lot of tournaments go out of.
Oof. Good fish for Brewer.
I'm going to have to measure that one.
He's all business right now, too.
Yes.
Focused up, trying to turn his day around. It's been a little slow for him so far. Good fish. those of you watching at home that know Michael, you know he normally talks a lot more than this. He is focused up today.
What do you say, Luke? Come on, for dessert tonight. I'm going to say 4-3.
Price is right, 4-2.
Oh, dang it, sucker.
It's got a little gut on it.
3-12.
You changed your guess for dessert? You can't do that. Dessert's the most important meal of the day.
4-3. Come on. Talk to me. Come on, Mike. This is important for me.
I believe this is Michael's first fish of the day. Michael is certainly one of those guys, though, that knows
he ain't hitting the panic button.
He's not panicking at all. And, I mean, obviously having fish in the box makes you feel a little better, but that's the right quality. He puts 4 fish like that in the box for the rest of the day. You know, all the time he's got left till 5 p.m., I believe, is when Michael checks in. Man, he can certainly get well in a hurry, and he's getting in an area of the lake that he has a lot of confidence in right now on Pickwick. And that's almost to the tailwaters of Wilson Dam.
Whew, got that skunk out of it.
Outside of a popular tournament area. And while Michael is trying to get number 2 in the live well, we're going to take a look at our fine sponsors that make all this possible here at the NPFL Live. We'll have some uninterrupted coverage for you, a little double box action brought to you by Fully Loaded. And we'll see you on the other side for more NPFL Live.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Jake Schultz, Norco Tackle.
My name's Frank Ramsey, TH Marine Pro.
NPFL, TH Marine Pro, Shane Cole here.
I want to talk to y'all a little bit about some TH Marine products.
Been on staff for quite a few years, boats loaded from bow to stern.
Hey, what I want to do is discuss some really important tools on my boat.
This is our jack plate.
It's a steer blocks.
It's the troll tamer.
Sometimes you either got to go across skinny water, hop over something skinny, get over a log jam, and there's no better way to do any of that than with the TH jack plate.
The steer blocks, you know, keep the motor from going from side to side, going down the highway. It's just a safe feature that TH Marine has come up with.
I live up on the Great Lake, so you have to have something to keep that trolling motor secure. It locks to your boat, does not move.
And TH Marine just makes such a quality product.
Can't beat their products.
I wouldn't fish without it.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
TH Marine. Check out everything on thmarine.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
And from the beach with Flo to Pickwick Lake with Taylor Watkins, we go down in the Bay Springs area. Looking like Dudley's moving in one of those little springs like we've seen Carson have some success in.
Come on now.
Different lure, different technique. You can see him using his eyes there. Like, look at him. He's constantly looking.
Taylor Watkins, who's 7th place right now in the Angler of the Year. We're going to go to a guy that's in 6th place, Mark Schilling, Texas Angler.
Fish or bait.
We caught up with Mark before our last break, and he was in the middle of some fast and furious schooling action.
There it is. Good one.
I think I know where he's at. Just up from
be a keeper. Nope.
Good fish.
I don't think so.
I don't think that's
gonna be close.
Yeah, don't think it's gonna make it, but
man, he smoked it. Come on, little guy. Come on, little guy. That's a fish landing violation in some leagues. Oh, he's 13 and a half. There you go, buddy. Bait.
I take back my earlier statement about good fish, Dudley. That was not a good fish. It was a very bad fish for Mark Schilling, as it did not join the other friends it had in the live well. Came up a little shy.
Caught him around those bamboo sticking out of the water.
That felt like a better one. Nope.
Schilling back to back.
He wanting it to be better.
Calm down. Let's measure you.
Fish have to
14
be
and a quarter. It's a Texas
15 inches long.
Oh, skinny little guy. We got any big ones up there?
Interesting move seeing him up there, you know, shallow with the bladed bait. He's scrambling. To me, that's a little scramble. Just killing time until the jets come on.
Hearing from a lot of local anglers, Lance and Cole Walker, who are definitely Pickwick Lake hammers, and they're all just, you know, they're watching this live coverage, watching these guys out here breaking it down on their home lake, and And their consensus is a lot like mine, Dudley. They're like, boys, just hang on. Hang on. That 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock hour, things are going to get interesting for you guys as the afternoon comes on.
Afternoon delight.
But I will say, coming in from Lance and Cole Walker, they say there's a shallow water bite that can happen, Dudley. So they are Team Dudley a little bit.
I do know that brim beds get better as the evening goes on also. So
it ain't big.
Birthday boy Perkins hooked up. Small fish there. And I believe that's the big cat.
It's bad
in the
when you gotta
background.
measure the dang things.
Fish care is so important. We see that right there, Dudley. Those measuring boards get hot. Perkins putting some Tennessee River magic on that measuring board. Another keeper here from Brandon.
A little sore on him.
I'm going to say, without a doubt, by the end of the day, that one will be back swimming in Lake Pickwick.
Dude.
Yeah,
that ain't no good at all.
Brandon certainly hopes that that's not the case.
A knot on it. I might have to let that sucker go. I feel a huge knot right there. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna make sure.
Back over to David Gaston while Brandon's getting his live well sorted out there. David in the Natchez Trace Parkway area and telling us right there what he thinks about Pickwick so far this morning, Dudley. Just spitting right in the Tennessee River, right in his face. I don't think that's a good way to, to get more bites. I think the good old Tennessee River did appreciate that.
He's just giving it some little bit of fertilization.
Yeah. Trying to create some current flow. Lord knows we need some.
A little bit of extra plankton in the water.
We saw Mark Schilling go back-to-back catches. We've seen back-to-back spits from David Gaston. That's where we're at right now with this low current flow on Pickwick Lake, folks. It is a grind for some of these guys right now. I just got a text from Fat Cat. I won't give away the exact location on day one, obviously, but the area that Perkins is in, the spot he is sitting on is one I'm very familiar with, and I can tell you, as recent as 10 days ago when I was out on the water while these guys were off limits, I was out here trying to catch some bass with the Duncan boys, and there is a gigantic school on the spot he's sitting on right now, and if they fire, things are going to get interesting very quick for Brandon Perkins. 3 for 3, David Gaston there. He just, I don't know, he got an overwhelming amount of saliva. The Alabama angler.
He's creating a hummy hole there.
Apparently
He's
so.
chumming up the shad.
I don't know really what the what the game plan is there, but I'll talk to him at the drive-through weigh-in about it. That's for sure. David is 4th place right now in the Progressive Insurance Angler of the Year. And primarily a shallow water angler. David is a guy that lives and dies by a swim jig a lot in life. He loves to throw a frog. And David Gaston clearly looks a little frustrated with his day so far. We hop over from David to Jesse Millsaps, a guy that we were with earlier this morning that talking us through it here. Jesse Millsaps,
Yeah, they need to eat lunch. What they need to do.
He actually triggered some early this morning.
I would be shocked if it's not so tough on a lot of guys right now.
Jesse's sitting on 2 right now, close to 6 pounds. So
nice fish.
Yeah, for the 2 he's got at the time is, going to be a big player. Looking on down the unofficial leaderboard, a lot of 1s and 2s right now, but quality 1s and 2s. It's
just part of that foundation.
Yep.
You got to build it before the dinner bell starts ringing. Bass fishing is the cliche saying is it is a roller coaster. Tournament bass fishing in particular, and you have these ebbs and flows of activity, and man, what that does to your mental game. The guys that can stay with it between the ears until they put the boat on the trailer are the guys that are going to be the most successful on Pickwick today for sure, because in a 5-minute period, you will forget the struggle very quick. You're mad at yourself. You're mad at, the Tennessee River. You're like, what am I doing? And then all of a sudden you're like, I'm the smartest guy on planet Earth really quick. So we're definitely going to see some of that.
Again, this deep water mental game, right? You just highlighted it again. The deep water mental game is if you don't have thick skin, you could get rattled pretty quick.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, pretty quick. Seeing Mike up there,
yep,
I will say this, seeing Mike up here at this area of the lake kind of actually has me a little concerned.
Yeah.
I'm just going to be honest. It has me a little concerned. I know we got some stuff, later in the afternoon. But seeing him with sitting on 1 fish at 12 o'clock, he's a veteran on this lake. You're not going to count him out, but it does have me a little concerned.
It's probably got him a little concerned, but I will say this. He checks in at 5. He's got a lot of time. He's got a very fast boat. He makes that 50-mile run look like it's nothing. But where he's at right now, in the area he's in, you won't find an angler with any more confidence in a general area. Within sight of where he's out by 2 or 3 miles, Michael's caught more bass than would fit in a dump truck bed. So he's definitely in his wheelhouse. And he's got a fan club right over his shoulder. He's certainly in the more river stretch of Pickwick Lake up at the headwaters, just a couple miles below Wilson Dam. Michael's been dealing with some health issues this year
Say, buddy.
that have really plagued him. Having a lot of dizziness and things that he's been fighting through. We had an article on NPFL.com about that.
I feel for him. I should have let you take off with that trolling motor down, wet yourself.
Michael with a swing and a miss there. We caught up with Nick P. Nikki Provanizak, our camera crew did, sitting on top of the Progressive Insurance Angler of the Year standings right now, and get his thoughts on Pickwick Lake and what it's like to be leading at the halfway point here in the league.
Hey everyone, Nick Provanizak here. We're here at Pickwick in beautiful Tennessee on the Tennessee River, and this is stop number 4 of the NPFL, and super excited to get this thing underway. The last event was the Harris Chain in Leesburg, Florida, and the first day I had some opportunities to do very well. I just didn't execute very good. Had a second, a fourth, and a fifth in the first 3 events. I'm super excited about that. Getting the right opportunities to do well, and like I said, just been a lot of shallow water fishing, which is what I like to do a lot. But this one's going to be a little different. We're going to have a little deeper water here, some current, which is going to be different, and a lot of challenges ahead of us. We got Keith Carson and John Soukup behind me, and it's they're forces to be reckoned with. Their performance the last 3 events have been stellar, and so I got a lot of work cut out for me. I still need to catch them here. You got to catch them everywhere we go. I mean, regardless who's behind you or who's in front of you, you got to catch them. I've only had 1 tournament here, and that was back in 2014, so it's been several years ago, and since then I haven't been back to the lake. Unfortunately, a lot of the stuff that I thought was a good stuff that I had, there was a lot of boats on them, so that kind of threw a little curveball at me. Like, I thought I had a few spots from way back when that I'd have, to myself, but there really isn't very many secrets, it looks like, out here. There's a lot of boats on every little, all the good spots, really. And finding schools is very, you can find some, but they're hard to catch sometimes, and then other times you can get a few bites here and there, but really it's going to be a lot of strategy as far as timing and location. The practice I've had, it hasn't been awesome by any means, so to go out there and have a good tournament would be a blessing for sure. I got a little deal going on that I'm keeping to myself right now, but we'll see how it pans out.
Good stuff there. Our NPFL production crew and Nick Provanizak sitting on top of that Progressive AOY, and we go back live to Jesse Millsaps. Jesse, another one of those guys that won't go away in the Progressive AOY standings. He's been very consistent all year, but he's sitting outside the top 10 right now, currently in 11th. Of course, the top 25 are going to make it to the dance, the showdown at the end of the year, the NPFL Championship. No entry fee event. Location to be announced. It will be in November.
Yeah, it's still kind of tough. We're still out here grinding it. I just caught a non-keeper. He was 13 inches, so first bite we've had in a while. Actually, I've had 3 bites on this hole, and he was the only one that held on to it. So, we still got 2 in the box, but we still got, 4 hours and 15 minutes to go. So, it can happen fast here if you just pull up on the right place. But it's just, the fish are set up. Some of them are just not set up right to feed. I think that window of the morning window went by, and if you're not on that place first thing of the morning, then you're grinding out bites the rest of the day. So we'll keep switching it up. Right now, the last one we caught was on a shaky head, and we're switching up, throwing a hair jig and a drop shot still, so we're gonna stay after it. I don't think it's easy for
anybody. It can feel like a grind.
Right now, it's just fishing's tough on the Tennessee River total. Our conditions, we've had 3 days of clouds and rain, and now we're dealing with sunshine, which I thought would help, but And it may, they kick that water on later in the evening, it might make things a little better.
It can certainly feel like a grind out there, like Jesse's talking about, but you hear him starting to kind of give into it a little bit mentally. It sounds like. You know what I mean? I'm saying the guy that can stick with it and understand that a 15 to 20 minute window between now and your check-in time could make all the difference in the world. He's saying, it's a grind all day. I don't necessarily agree with that.
Time will tell.
That's no doubt about it. And every day, like he's saying, every day's different. Weather's different. Water flow is certainly a lot less than they had in practice. We had a lot of rain through the practice period, and it got the flow working. Now, back to our shallow water ninja.
Keith Carson in Bay Springs, Fishing Springs.
I
wonder how many springs are
it's
actually
too hot,
in there.
too fast, and I think the oxygen's depleting or something's going on because the bass are just gone, and there's tons of bait, and I'm running to the backs of these pockets, and I just think that the back of the pockets is just not happening like it was in practice. So I need to make an adjustment. Probably go out to the main lake. I can go throw a drop shot down by the dam and probably catch a couple there. So I'm gonna do that a little bit later, but I'm not giving up just yet because I know when I hit that right stretch, it's gonna be really good.
The theme here in the last couple of guys we've covered, Dudley, is those doubts are creeping in.
Yes.
Even with Keith, and this is when it's so important. Do you think this is something that just hit me? It's middle of the day. Our body clock as tournament anglers.
Bunch of brim in
okay,
there.
you're looking at that clock. You're used to blasting off early. Like this is normally 6 hours into your day, sometimes 5 hours into your day. They're 4 hours in, but they're about at the halfway point. But that 12 o'clock hour, they've normally been fishing a lot longer by now. So what I'm getting at is that in your head going, oh man, I got to catch them. Even though some of these guys are checking in at 6 p.m. tonight, you know.
It would definitely, you would have to remind yourself because we're so accustomed to.
Yeah, it's muscle memory.
Muscle memory on, hey, we're starting at daylight and typically we're done at 3 o'clock. Yeah, you know, it could start messing with your mind a little bit, and if you don't remind yourself,
that's right.
Hey, look,
get caught up in what you're doing. And
we're only at the halfway point. And Keith has said, look, I'm not getting many bites. I'm going to stick to a topwater all day. Here we are at the 4th hour of the tournament. And I say hour because I don't want to mention time. We're only in the 4th hour of the game, and he's already thinking about going to the dam. He's saying the oxygen level is dropping, which when the sun is out, the oxygen level is being massively produced. So I think they've made a move because of maybe practice. It was practice was rainy, windy. You know, I think it was more of a conditional thing when he was in there in practice versus the conditions he has now.
We're going to make a move over to Taylor Watkins, who I believe has left Bay Springs.
Yes, that is not a Bay Springs.
Yes, baby. Thank you.
Yeah, baby. Come on, baby, he says.
Hopefully he keeps.
That one's going to the show. easily.
Oh, gosh. We're going to get Taylor's going to drop that one in that fully loaded live well, and we're going to throw to some commercials with some uninterrupted coverage brought to you by Fully Loaded. And we'll be back on the other side for more NPFL Live, Counts Tennessee.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
We're back. Some more Michael Brewer live. Way up the river on Pickwick Lake. Far from our takeoff in Counts, Tennessee, about 50 miles away right now. Michael has a 5 p.m. check-in, so still a lot of fishing and running time left for him, and certainly has a lot of spots, but we missing fish right there, a little frustrated. Sitting with one nice fish in the box, 4-pounder so far, but been a slow day for Michael. He's definitely one of the guys, and I feel like all of them try to tell themselves this, but he's one of the guys that knows that it could change at any minute. And I know we sound like broken records with that, guys that are tuning in. You're going to hear it for 3 days with us, but it does look slow. It looks like, man, Pickwick's really tough, and it is just current flow is everything on any TVA lake. And the more you get, the better off the bass are going to position and feed, and you're going to run into one of those windows. And Michael's chasing the current. That's what he said earlier. He went to the source here, Wilson Dam, in that general vicinity.
That's got to be drawn.
From one Tennessee angler over to an Alabama angler. Rocky Top to Roll Tide here with David Gaston.
Feels like a real good one.
Oh, Gaston hooked up.
Oh, he is a big.
Oh,
that's a big one. I just got hung up in the cameraman. He ain't a big one, but look at there. If you know, you know.
Some of that pick. If you know, you know, he says. Little inside joke to that. David Allen, a guide on Pickwick, makes the shuttlecock hair jig, and that's one of those right there. And David's favorite line is, if you know, you know, when he catches one on that thing. Jordan Lee said that at a BPT event last year. He won $100,000 on that jig in Florida, Dudley.
I know.
I did.
Well, something on my neck, I'm like, what the hell?
He said, if you know, you know.
I'm like, oh, it's the rod.
David Allen will actually crow like a rooster when he catches one. I'm not going to do that on live. We might get David to do that for us this week. David's driving a camera boat for us.
Come on, man. Just give us like a hint.
No, he says it more pacaw. I'm not going to give you the full-blown, I'll blow out the mics. You can hear David all over on Pickwick Lake when he catches one on his guide trips on it, though, for sure.
Dang.
Oh. True bass, shuttlecock hair jig.
Does he use, what kind of hair does he use?
I can't disclose
How's
that information.
Fish landing disaster?
It's bucktail.
I like zebra better on mine.
That sounds expensive.
Yeah. You don't have to paint the black on the back side of the bucktail. I like hair off of Appaloosa horses too. They work pretty good.
Fish was right where he was supposed to
Only
be.
if it's cloudy. I get their mane and cut it off a little bit from my farm.
Only on cloudy days you cut the hair?
Off of Appaloosa, yeah.
Oh,
Appaloosa colors like better on cloudy days. Just giving you a little insight of my hair jig.
Wow. I didn't know you threw a hair jig a lot. I didn't know that was something that was in the Double D, you know,
made the fatal mistake of setting the hook
most of the time, but we're
my quarter horse mane, I use that on sunny days though. White typically works a lot, but
I had some cover.
do what?
Had some cover that time. Car's going by.
Casting in that Natchez Trace area. Natchez Trace Bridge, you can hear the cars rolling by.
And again, guys, if you're watching his retrieve style with these bucktails, it's more, he's imitating a shad, like getting chased. But when you see him pause, you want,
this is like a one fish.
You want that buck
top place. But you can rotate it out throughout the day.
You want that bucktail gliding, not falling straight down. You want it gliding back to you. Keeping a tight line. It's it's coming to you.
From Gaston back to Tennessee, Rocky Top action.
Now he
right
doesn't
here.
miss like 3 or 4 in a row.
Yeah, we have seen him set the hook a lot on this spot. Of course, you got a lot of trash fish, as we like to say, drum, catfish, different things in this area. The closer to these dams you get, fish populations grow like that. But Michael dragging that jig around.
Picked up a different bait. I have a feeling he'll probably trigger one into biting. Bait change.
Michael is a dragger. He likes to sit. He likes to drag. Loves Carolina rigs, Texas rigs.
Evidently, they like that rig.
Number 2 for Michael Brewer. And I will say this. They're better than average fish from a lot of guys. Yeah, he's only sitting on 2. But with every one of them he catches to build that foundation, he stops on some juice. Things are going to get interesting as the people turn up the air conditioning in the Tennessee Valley.
Is he building a cinder block foundation or a concrete foundation?
It's pretty concrete with fish like that.
Oh, yeah. There's a difference in a cinder block foundation and a concrete, but if you're calling that a concrete,
I call that concrete for a base. Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. He's feeling it.
He said solid for sure.
He said slowly but surely we're ready to go. He's saying turn on the turbines.
Oh, he's up.
He's close to the turbines now.
Yeah, he got a little current going on right.
Dark one. 3 bites in a row and that dark one, and then swapped. That was the difference. I hope.
There you go, the Dudley professor moment of the day right there. Called it. Bait change worked for him.
Day active. He's got to get the right bait, and he very obviously just did. Happens a lot, man. This game is reading a story, and he said I had 3 bites in a row, picks up another color. I tell you, what is one of your pet peeves of a jig? I'm just going to tell you right now. If you are making a jig and it's a brown or a green pumpkin jig, for the love of God, do not put a black weed guard in a brown jig. I just want to puke every time. If you build a black and blue jig, hey, put a black weed guard in it. If you're building a brown jig or a green pump, for the love of God, do not put a black weed guard.
This is a very heated weed guard conversation.
Yes, it just drives me up the wall.
Now, I will see you at times, and I have a lot of conversations with you off the record. When people get really detailed about stuff, you roll your eyes. You're like, bass aren't that smart. Now, the little bitty weed guard on a jig that has a huge skirt on it that's a color, it's got a trailer. You think that a bass, David Dudley, who's won millions of dollars to the fans at home, you get so triggered by the wrong color weed guard, you think that bass swims up and goes, I'm out of here, guys.
So when you're fishing a jig, now a swim jig, I can go by with that. But when you're dragging a jig, typically in a little bit cleaner water, you're trying to finesse him into biting, and he's looking at it from top down, yes, I'm going to say that black giant weed guard, 60-strand weed guard, is going to turn him away. Luke just had to take his he's laughing.
I've just never heard. You're passionate about a lot of stuff. I did not know this Dudley conspiracy theory.
The craziest thing I've ever seen. Somebody
Michael giving the history of the panty tree, the infamous panty tree.
10 years, I know that tree's always full of something. We call it the panty tree.
There's a lot of undergarments. There you go.
Wow. I wonder if it was a thong.
There's a lot of undergarments in a tree right over his shoulder. You can't see it. It's out of frame a little too far, but he's referring to it as the panty tree. A lot of the locals watching know exactly where that's at. And, I've never really been there to witness somebody make a contribution to that tree, Dudley. But from Michael Brewer, gonna get a look at our unofficial leaderboard here. 12:30 on Pickwick Lake, and got some changes. Lots of things as the day goes on. Some new names definitely starting to show up, but one name that has not given up that top spot so far unofficially is Mike Como. Little less than 15 pounds, but you steadily, every time I check, he just makes a little upgrade, little upgrade. He's grinding, definitely just making small upgrades. Kentucky angler Sean Murphy has made a big move. I know he's fishing offshore. He loves to do that.
Oh, Sean.
Yeah, that's right. Sean, a veteran of the FLW Tour for years, over here with us on the National Professional Fishing League this year, sitting in second place now unofficially. Dang. Robert Bob Burley with 12 pounds in third. Derek Blake, Joel Willert, David Hoheisel, Greg Mansfield, Sheldon Collings, a name that we are very familiar with covering here. Bryant Smith, the California angler, has snuck into the unofficial top 10. And Chris Heath, another angler that we have covered at several events this year so far.
Let's talk about
in
Sean.
That top 10.
A lot of experience going on with Sean, right?
No doubt.
Kentucky Lake.
And big tournament experience, doesn't get shook.
I'm going to say, dang, he's a veteran Tennessee angler, and it don't surprise me.
Yeah, a lot of Tennessee River experience, and a lot of Kentucky Lake experience.
Yes.
He's been to Pickwick many times, so he certainly knows the drill.
Not shy. He flew up underneath my radar. I'll just say that.
And he's certainly getting it done, laying that foundation before the witching hour. Afternoon delight starts breaking loose, and I believe we've got a little big cat, fat cat out on the water action, Dudley. Talk about an afternoon delight. He's out there sweating.
All right, folks, here we are back on Pickwick Lake. We're at the mouth of Yellow Creek watching birthday boy Brandon Perkins. Just turned 40. He's looking to have 40 pounds after 2 days. Talked to him a little bit after we got done watching. We've chased him around a little bit this morning. We followed him at one spot closer to the dam. We thought he was going to start fishing. He was just graphing. He's looking for that school of fish. He said the fish were there. They were just spread out. He couldn't find them wadded up the way he wanted them. So he left. He run down here to Yellow Creek, known community hole. You can look at your graph. You see that big old creek just running right out to the main river. He set up here. Like I say, it's a community hole. We got a guide trip out here beside him. We got guys fishing. He's fishing this. Let's say he's throwing a jig, dragging the jig through there. Can't really tell what he's throwing. Talked to him a little bit. Asked what he had in a live well. Interesting story. I said, you got 5 in the box? You got a fully loaded live well? He said, I should, but I don't. He had caught 5 keepers, but he let one of them go. So he only has 4 fish now. He let one fish go because he didn't want to risk the death penalty. He said when he caught that fish, it had something in his belly. He just didn't feel right. He had plastic in him or something. So he actually let his number 5 fish go. And he said what he had in the live well. He said, I don't even care. So I got 1 fish in the live well that I plan on weighing in. I want to call the rest of them out. And so I said, all right, man, 10-4. He said, yeah, that's about what I got in the live well right now. So, you know Brandon Perkins, local boy, that graph of his is chock full of waypoints, and I think he's going to utilize all of them. But he knows the name of the game. He knows what's going on here. Everybody's talking about current, and he's just waiting for that current to pick up the way it sounds. This morning, like I talked about earlier, they were pulling about 9,000, 9,500. I checked it a little while ago. It was 17,000. It's probably getting up to 20,000 now. So as the day goes on, they're going to keep squeaking them gates, it sounds like, and come around 1 o'clock. They're going to open the gate, and you're going to see that current really kick on probably after the 1, 2 o'clock area. And that's what a lot of these guys are waiting on. They just want current, Bobby. That's all they want. Brandon wants number 5. So we're going to sit back here and marinate and see if Brandon can't put more in there. We're looking for Sheldon Collins. Sheldon Collins is on a roll. He's catching. We got a lot of guys shaking and moving and doing things on that leaderboard. But speaking of that, we're going to see some weights come into that weigh-in today that you're not going to expect, because that's one thing I've learned about Pickwick Lake this week. Service is not your best friend. So we got guys that can't upload everything they need to upload to that Weigh Live master. So keep that in mind. Your favorite angler might have a 0 on that Weigh Live, But he ain't going to have 0 in that live well. I can promise you that. Some of these guys are going to come in and surprise everyone with them fat sacks of them big belly Kellys. So, make sure you stay tuned because you're going to see some action today. I can promise you that.
The Big Cat getting it done out there. Boat-to-boat coverage for us. Brandon Perkins, an unfortunate event there. He decided to err on the side of caution.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you.
John Soukup.
Please.
Sounds like a little bling bling.
He ain't gonna go. Inches. Okay. Well, okay. Okay. Okay.
Not sure. I'm not sure what we saw there.
Maybe not. Okay.
Did he just throw back a keeper?
I am just as confused as you.
I think that was probably in an attempt to keep a school fired. He finally got him to bite, sounded like right there. He said, well, they're bass. He's looking at him on his electronics. He got one to bite. I don't know why he would have not just thrown a keeper in the live well. John does go through the process of weighing and putting culling tags on. We've seen that at all 3 events this year, but and we just heard him say there, you won't see anybody else do that.
Today, I feel like I've been
Dudley?
very foolish today.
Smart move if that was a keeper.
Look, just, you know.
I'm confused. I think seeing him throw a blade, he's probably on a a treetop or a brush pile, playing the role of not getting hung up. But I don't know if he was just talking in his head.
John giving us a little breakdown there. But again, I'll say not the hookup that we are accustomed to seeing as far as confidence. And to a guy that was full of Pickwick Lake confidence, Brandon Perkins. As we heard there in the piece with Fat Cat, Brandon actually elected to throw back his 5th keeper because he did not think
that's a mess.
Hooked up.
Don't throw it. Ain't big, but they throw this bait like crazy.
That's going to be number 5. We said fish care is so important. Getting the fish back to the live well.
Skinny.
Back to the weigh-in.
Skinny mini. We're glad to have it right now. No.
We have a 1-pound fish care penalty in the league, and that can be detrimental. But that's how important the resource is. That our penalty is extreme on that. Looking at him on that forward-facing sonar for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And fishing vertically for those
downstream
fish.
of them.
Back over to Hookup, trying to get that school to fire. Also on that forward-facing sonar. Always staring at that John Hookup Soukup.
Got him. That's a keeper. That a keeper. Stay on.
Okay, so that other fish was shorter than 15 inches. Might have been a line burner, but was very confused last time.
Oh, God.
Spinnerbait again for John. Good fish. You hear him saying finally. He does not have a fish in the boat. Does not have a keeper in the boat. Don't take many of those.
What a day. What a long day. What a long day. Fat, though. I'll take that. I'll take that. Yes, I will. Well, let's pump some water out. Get some salty. Get some water in. Well, we're taking way too much time. I need to get back out there when I'm trying to get some fish here going on. I can't tell which one's the pump and which one. Oh, there it is. Got it. Oh, they were on pump out. That's what was going on. Okay. Oh my gosh. Jack that spinnerbait up, man, on that boat flip, but well, okay. It's two good bites. Oh, thank you, Lord. As long as we make it in, we didn't blink. That'll work, huh?
That'll work.
That'll work. 4 more of those, and I mean, I'm not saying I'm winning it all. That ain't a thing. But dude, you talk about salvaging. Well, it's been a horrible, horrible day, man. Horrible.
Keep it up. Let's go, John.
Smashing it too, John. Like when I get bit.
Smashed it?
Oh yeah.
Seems like it.
It's matching something that they're wanting down there, you know. This is how I caught that. I caught a 6.5 in practice, so you know, I'm just probably should just keep this thing in my hand the rest of the day. Maybe put everything else up besides the jig and this, and try to go to work. I can tell you my theory all day long why I feel like this.
We're getting closer, Dudley, to that 1 o'clock hour. We're going to take a look at our sponsor, pay some bills.
Must have been a bad cast.
The fine sponsors of the NPFL. We'll see you on the other side for more Pickwick Lake action.
Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Jake Schultz, Norco Tackle.
My name's Frank Ramsey, TH Marine Pro.
NPFL, TH Marine Pro, Shane Cole here.
I want to talk to you all a little bit about some TH Marine products.
Been on staff for quite a few years, boats loaded from bow to stern.
Hey, what I want to do is discuss some really important tools on my boat.
This is our jack plate.
It's the steer blocks.
It's the troll tamer.
Sometimes you either got to go across skinny water, hop over something skinny, get over a log jam, and there's no better way to do any of that than with the TH jack plate.
So the steer blocks, you know, keep the motor from going from side to side, going down the highway. It's just a safe feature that TH Marine has come up with.
I live up on the Great Lake, so you have to have something to keep that trolling motor secure. It locks to your boat, does not move.
And TH Marine just makes such a quality product.
Can't beat their products.
I wouldn't fish without it.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
Check out everything on thmarine.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster. An insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Back live, and seeing the clouds roll in, I'm going to put this out there. When you are on a deep water bite and you have the clouds that come in, depending on the water clarity, that can position the fish in different areas of the bar. Because we talk about light penetration, and typically on the Tennessee River chain, you have fairly cloudy water. I'm not going to say muddy, but it's typically cloudy. And clouds can play a big role in where fish position themselves on a bar. Just for light penetration, they need to see to eat just as well as anybody else would. So seeing these clouds roll in, I'm just going through my head. I would instantly be thinking fish are being set up or going to set up shallower on bars because of the clouds. The cleaner, the bluer the sky, I think the deeper they go, and the cloudier the skies, the shallower they go. What do you think about that, Luke? Have you ever experienced clouds positioning fish differently on ledges? We know it does in shallow water, right? Obviously, in shallow water, it'll position them different. Do you think clouds play a role in deep water positioning of fish on ledges?
I think they can, but on lakes that aren't as current oriented, right? Like that's the big thing. I think these fish with stronger current flow, they position themselves differently based off of that. But no, you're absolutely right. The number one killer of a lot of offshore patterns a lot of times or clouds, because those fish, if you're fishing a brush pile pattern, if you're fishing deeper off of one of these ledges on a deep point and there's not a lot of current and that sun drives them down, which it does, they like to get away from that sun, especially this time of year when it's so hot. When it gets cloudy, they'll break up and roam around a little bit. They swim around. So, yeah, absolutely. It will reposition them.
Mm-hmm. It's all, what guys, we're talking about light penetration. Is
Absolutely.
What we're talking about. And, if you've ever swam in the water without goggles on and you go down in a lake, it gets pretty dark down there, It still amazes me, Luke, though. Think about this. We know green pumpkin is one of the best colors in the world, right? But yet, going down to 15, 20 foot, to me, green pumpkin would be lost. But
please be a bass.
Jesse Millsaps.
He's coming straight out the boat running Mach 90.
Yep, that's going to be a bass.
Be a bass. He is a bass.
He's begging it's a bass. We're begging it's a bass.
Fine. Good, thick, chunky.
Put him on the
There's a ton
board.
of them down there. I hope he's 15 inches. I think he is.
Current's starting to pick up. Leaderboard's changing.
Talking about by the
Take a look at it.
15 and a quarter.
It's
Hey, number 3.
without even refreshing. It's refreshing on its own. There's lots of moving and shaking starting to happen. I got a report from one of our camera boats out on the water, still photographer Tanner Lyons and David Allen, who's a guide here on Pickwick, and he texted me. One of our anglers, Josh Ray, estimates he's got over 15 pound in the box.
We're going boat.
And he has not shown up on our Way Live app, and he's sitting on a very big school bass, catching them almost every cast. Report coming in from those guys. Thanks to those guys for getting us that info. Pickwick's a big lake, and it is a tough venue to cover.
I'm seeing a lot of them on live scope. A lot of them just setting. They're just everywhere. They're scattered right across this big pole, this flat. It's just getting them to bite. There's, I mean, I've probably seen 20 or 30 of those down there. It's just a matter if you can get them to bite.
Dudley, there you go. He's just he's staring at him, and it's driving him crazy. It's like you said, do you stay? Do you go? He's obviously by himself on a nice school of fish. He sees several down there.
Go back to the shaky head to get a bite. There's something to that. Should have spot locked. I got off of them. There's a lot of those fish here. Yeah, no, I've actually caught one on a drop shot, one on a shaky head, and one on a shuttlecock.
Millsaps over to David Gaston. You heard Jesse say he had boated one on a shuttlecock hair jig, and we saw Dave Gaston with a good fish on it just a few moments ago.
Oh, that was a giant. Daggone it.
Oof.
Man.
That stings.
You could hear that line too.
I didn't get a hook throw in.
Dudley, do you ever say it's a giant and then throw back in there and catch a small one and you're embarrassed? Yeah. David did. He reared back and rocked on that one.
About to get a fish to bite in.
Oh, calling his shots.
He's definitely, I mean, technically that was 2 in a row, right? He had just.
My execution is, there he is.
I love that sound so much.
It is.
It's like my favorite sound.
Oh, it is.
Casting slowing down with
I think he's going to make the 12-inch or the 15-inch mark. Oh, but he did. That's number 5. Come on.
Catching one and he
A little boat-to-boat action with Kentucky angler Sean Murphy, who has climbed the leaderboard this afternoon. Sitting down in a popular area of Pickwick.
gotta play that game, right?
I believe this is the Big Cat Cam.
Yes. A lot of.
Yeah, I hear you.
Man. Keith Carson's still sitting on 1 by the way app now. You know, reports aren't always accurate, but do you see him making a move earlier than he had planned? Like maybe, you know, whatever.
Oh, you know what? Okay. Maybe. I don't know.
Fat Cat and Sean, I think, talking about getting some barbecue at the Outpost, Dudley. I'm not sure.
Dang.
Here in
Sounds
Counts,
like a
Tennessee.
winner to me. Just to let you know during the break, I got some wings coming.
Oh, you're the man.
I sprinted.
It is that time of the day. We're hoping these bass decide to eat some of these baits like chicken wings here as we go into our last 2 hours of coverage.
I appreciate Brad coming and taking us, bringing us them wings. Brad,
Owner, caterer,
Yep.
tournament director.
They have been ordered.
Sean sitting on a offshore ledge, a familiar scene today and for the next 2 days in a very popular area. He's no stranger to this game. He was a veteran on the FLW Tour for many years.
I'm getting excited. You know, we can see what's happening on behind the studio, and things are heating up. I can tell you that.
Sean's currently in 63rd place in our progressive AOY. Only got one check this year. He caught the big bass down at Wright Patman, that big bite challenge. Big bass won him some money with that down there. But an inconsistent year so far. He's had some near misses. He's telling me, and some mishaps on the water. And as we get a little boat-to-boat from Sean Murphy, we're going to go to some highlights. Some of the action on a grinder of a Pickwick Lake day so far, but things are starting to heat up. Let's take a look back at the first few hours of NPFL live action that we've seen here from Counts, Tennessee.
Oh, no. That never gets old.
He didn't get it.
It never gets old.
And they're like knocking the crap out of it. That's another good one. Fish right there. Sandbar. Come on. Got that one. Okay, I don't think that's a keeper. There he is.
Keith Carson to Mark Schilling, who we've seen catch as many bass as anybody that we've covered today, just not the size. And then the birthday boy, the overwhelming favorite coming in, Brandon Perkins.
Look at that.
Feels like a real good one.
I know, you know Perkins is thinking that the afternoon delight is coming, and then David Gaston, who we saw finally put his fifth fish in the boat. He tried to lasso his cameraman on that one, but got it in the boat. Michael Brewer is having a tough day quantity-wise, but's got 2 fish in the boat that are an absolute foundation for a great limit at the drive-through weigh-in this afternoon. Starts at 4:30 here at Pickwick Landing State Park. Taylor Watkins, 7th place in the AOY.
Thank you.
Made a run to Bay Springs this morning and then back to Pickwick. And Michael Brewer again.
I love his strategy of going where some current
absolutely
is at.
Chasing that current, which has been very, very important to him and his game plan. And I know Michael's going to have some fireworks very soon. He knows what that current, as it picks up, what's going to do. And I think all of our field understands that. Yeah. They know that something's got to give. This lake is too great to be this tough so far. And I think Fat Cat pointed out, a lot of phone service issues too. So we do have some dead spots, so these guys can't update because we're getting reports. A lot more fish being caught than we're seeing here on live, that's for sure.
Yeah,
it's starting to happen.
And I still say the guy that is going to come out on top is the guy who has a milk run of ledges and schools to himself. Michael Brewer, he's sitting there, just his mind is spinning on his milk run. And we talk about milk runs. And in a course of a tournament, a 3-day tournament, you got to have a big rotation. Can you win on a school, one school? It is possible, but we're talking a 3-day tournament, and these guys who have a milk run of ledges that they can rotate in. I know Michael Brewer. He knows, he's already calculated in his head probably like 2 o'clock. I'm going to be here, and if they're not fired, I'm going. He's already got those last 3 hours played out, and he knows within that afternoon delight he's going to hit on him. And again, it's strategy, guys. Where do you spend? These guys' wheels are spinning. Where do you spend your time during dead time? How do I make the most of my 6-hour window of no current? We know that it's a broken record, guide, but where do I spend my time? Because they could get a bonus 4-pounder. We've already seen a few good quality fish get caught, in my opinion, Luke, during a downtime.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Bonus time, yeah.
It's a bonus. So what's getting ready to happen here in this next 2 or 3 hour window, the guy that has a good milk run is going to come out on top versus a guy with one school. Hey, I see 50 there. I'm on a school of 100. The guy that can pull up on that school of 70 that's set up, he's going to go bam, 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 bam.
And all his troubles are going to be left behind right there.
And then
in that moment.
He's gone to the next hole. And when they're set up, so local knowledge for sure is going to play, local anglers, local knowledge is going to play a big role in this afternoon. And to watch this unfold, you see me getting restless.
You are getting jumpy.
I'm ready to get.
We're ready. We're ready for it to happen.
Yes.
That's for sure. And of course, we're only covering 10 guys, right? We're covering 10. We've got 105 anglers out here fighting for that $50,000 check, for those Progressive Angler of the Year points, and for that 37th place check that's going to net them $9,000. Of course, the Big Bite Challenge Big Bass Awards out there too. It's paying a lot of cash too, Dudley. So Pickwick, as I like to call it. There's lots of fish over 6 pounds swimming in here. We're going to see some fireworks. Hopefully we get to show them to you on live, but you got to remember, a couple more hours of live coverage, and then we have the drive-through weigh-in that's going to start at Pickwick Landing State Park this afternoon at 4:30. So there's a lot of fishing time between that 3 p.m. cutoff and when the guys have to come in. Last flight due in at 6 p.m. So now taking a look at this unofficial leaderboard, and look, we put a little peer pressure on him, but Josh Ray, who we heard from our camera boat operators out there on the water, sitting in that top spot unofficially with 17 pounds. Now, I know the area he's in from what I'm hearing, and there's a massive school of bass that lives there. He was catching them fast and furious, and that is before the afternoon delight. This was an hour ago or so, so I feel like it could get better. That came in from David Allen, one of our top guides in the Pickwick area, knows this lake, and he said, man, he is on the mother lode. If they fire, he's gonna be a guy to watch. So he sent me that a little earlier. So Josh has taken that top spot from Mike Como, who has been sitting there holding that down all day. Sean Murphy in third place, who we saw boat to boat just a little earlier. Bob Burley, William Fletcher, a new name in the top 10. Starting to see the moving and shaking taking place. Derek Blake, Ryan Chandler, who, interestingly enough, roommate of Sean Murphy's.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times these guys breaking down these lakes, these schooling fish, they're out there graphing, trying to find these schools, these big schools of bass. You wonder, are they, there's
some numbers being swapped?
No doubt about it. So right there, Rhino, Chandler in 7th place. Jesse Millsaps, who has been hanging around all day. He's shy of a limit, but 4 nice fish in the boat. Joe Willer and David Hoheisel rounding out that unofficial top 10. And Dudley, I think once weights get inputted and this afternoon goes on, as I look at it here, you guys can't see it on this graphic. It just updated in front of me, Josh Ray at 19 pounds, 2 ounces, just like that, as we're sitting here talking about it. So obviously updated the app, showing his big fish at 5 pounds. A lot of times these guys sandbag a little. He could have 20 pounds. So things are starting to sort out like we expect here on Pickwick Lake. Mm-hmm. Counts, Tennessee, Hardin County. These Tennessee River bass are starting to get ready to play. We're ready for it.
Big one.
Thank you, David Gaston.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he ain't no biggin. They feel so big when they come out that stuff. He'll go.
It's just a good solid fish foundation. That's right.
Yeah. Not making a decision. I got this little guy. I got him, he's about to dive. I mean, this fish dies and he's a pounder. That's a pound penalty. That fish is a pound, so they'll probably weigh the same, so I won't be losing nothing. But I can go ahead and cull him.
So NPFL rules: cannot cull a dead fish, and then you have a 1 pound fish care penalty. What David is describing there, you can see he's got the G-Juice and the live wells by T.H. Marine. He's doing everything to keep these bass alive. Sometimes in the summer they do get stressed, so that fish is kicking in that live well, but he don't think it's doing that great. He's gonna release it back and roll the dice that he's going to catch a big one to be able to cull later instead of taking that penalty and save the life of the fish, which the resource is everything, right?
Yes, absolutely.
T.H. Marine, of course, the official fish care provider of the league, and they make several products from the oxygenator to the conservation coil clips to the T.H. Marine G-Juice that helps keep these bass alive.
And these glasses are just
Hookup, Soukup.
come on.
Of course, Soukup, if you're just joining us for the first time on NPFL Live, he is shaking up the bass fishing world with 2 wins out of 3 events here in our inaugural season. He sits second place in the progressive
We're struggle
AOY.
busting, man. I don't even know what to say.
We'll hear it from John right here. Not his usual confident self so far on Pickwick Lake today.
Caught 2 shorts and 1 decent one. We've only got 1 in the box. And looks like I've broken up the school pretty good, so I may have to get on that motor again. Everywhere I look where I want to idle, there's boats sitting, so struggling. Good news is I have kind of figured out how to get bit when I see it right, so it's just about getting in the way. What you got to do is throw one of these rods right here, and that's how you get bit.
I narrowed it down.
A cluttered up front deck for John Soukup, not something we're used to either. And he's like, yeah, just one of these. Talking to John coming out of practice. He had some mechanical issues. Really had an interesting practice as far as just a lot of things. Chipped a tooth
They're running so
on
much,
Monday as well.
So fast too. It's not easy to stay with them. I'm watching them run all over the place. And I mean, they're up, they're down. Right now these guys are up. It's probably a cranker's paradise right now. And I'm not doing that.
What did we do before forward-facing sonar? Live scope.
I don't know what everybody else has got today, how bad I'm down at the bottom. But it don't feel good. It don't feel good, man. So we've only got a couple hours left. So we gotta, no excuses, we gotta make it happen. You're seeing suspended fish off here. I'm trying to go for suspended. I'm trying to go for the ones on the bottom. Just trying to figure out how to get a bite. When I see it though, I don't know if we're still alive or not, but when I see it, it's right real fast. And just there's a bunch of bait getting up here, and these fish, when they get right, all gather together and they get balled up and ready to feed. You know, you can make it happen. I mean, there they are right there. There they are.
As Hookup tries to catch up with the school he's roaming around. We're going to catch up with some of our sponsors here. We appreciate each and every one of you tuning in to NPFL Live. We'll see you on the other side of this break with more live action from Hardin County, Tennessee, Pickwick Lake.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
Thanks to all of our sponsors here at the league. Of course, stop number 4 here at Pickwick Lake, presented by Progressive Insurance. Back on the water to hook up Soukup.
I do feel like it's been longer casts that I've been bid on, you know, for whatever reason.
From our number 2 angler and those Progressive AOI points to the man, the top of the heap right now, Nick Provanizak. Slow day for Nick so far. Saw him catch a few this morning, not the size, but he certainly hoped to have.
He is not giving up on that Bay Springs area, though.
No, or the chatterbait.
Bay Springs ain't hitting on much right now.
No.
Bay Springs evidently showed out in the weather for practice, though.
There's no doubt for these top anglers to make the decision to go down there. You know, and Bay's it's a fantastic fishery. It's a small fishery, but it's a fantastic fishery.
Yeah,
but it is hard, especially I feel in in a 3-day, multi-day event to compete with. It's Pickwick's a heavyweight, man. Over 50 miles of, and truly from dam to dam, so many options for these guys on Pickwick. So I would think to go down there for me personally in this event, it would have to have been really going off down there. And obviously it was for these guys to make that decision. And it fits their style, right? This is what they want to do. We heard Keith say, I'm not a ledge guy. I'm not going to do it. I'm not a North Shore. Nick's the same way.
Could you go this far, Luke, and to say, is Bay Springs a choice that if you were in a tournament situation, is Bay Springs a choice where if you saw nastier weather would be more likely to go there?
Yeah, I mean, I think especially with this winding deal, like we're saying, vibrate. You know, you get a lot of wind, you get some cloud cover to break that up. Obviously, I think that you're going to get more bites.
The way Bay Springs lays out, it's got right much shallow water, and they could be just behind him, just 5 feet behind him, versus in a lot of different areas. So
something that I will say, and one of our anglers in our top 10, I won't say specifically who it is, just because he told me this last night. And it's day one, still got to have some juice. But Bay Springs is a fantastic crappie lake. So it's littered with brush piles, man-made brush piles. So that might not be, Keith Carson's speed, might not be Nick's, but one of our anglers right now that's unofficially in our top 10 is doing that on Bay Springs, I would almost guarantee. He told me he had 150 marked on Bay Springs last night. And on a day like today, maybe those fish slide out there, but there's, again, a lot of hydrilla as well. So
yes. I would almost say, after watching this unfold, that if I was in a tournament situation and I saw some nasty weather coming, I think I'd give Old Bay Springs a try.
Oh yeah.
The way it's panning out now, it's hard to say, but again,
you're saying when you come back, you
echoing what you're saying, to see these two of the top 5 in Angler of the Year in Bay Springs
caught their attention that much.
Yes,
yeah.
caught their. Yes, I will echo. That's impressive, but it's not necessarily paying off for them now. But electronics guru, Soukup, hook up. Look at him. He's lining it up. Look at that. Look at his neck. He is lining it up.
Oh my gosh! I was gonna say, there they are.
Wow.
Doing what he does.
You know I'm struggling. You know I need you.
Uh-oh. Could this be the charge, Luke?
I don't know if it's going to be the charge, but he was certainly praying right there to get that one in the boat. I'm just going to point something out. He's in a great looking boat today, and appears to have a sound system in it. Maybe to get fired up, maybe he needs to drop some Drake in there, get some little Wayne going, liven things up.
You act like you know that boat a little bit.
I've been in it before. Yes, I have indeed.
I could see some dirty feet marks on that.
I also think that I could be to blame for the fact that he's not catching it, because that boat can be cursed at times.
Are you saying that's your boat?
I'm saying that is indeed my boat. John had an issue in practice. We share sponsors, and we both run an express boat, and John reached out to me and said, hey man, I hate to put you in this spot. We run Garmin electronics as well, and I deleted all my waypoints, took all my gear out, and met up with John on the road, and he's fishing out of the Luke Duncan's Traveling Circus boat today. And I apologize to him because it's treating him like it does me in tournaments sometimes. And if you notice,
was that your Gatorade or was that his
no,
Gatorade?
I cleaned out the cooler. He didn't want any of mine. I had a lot of beer in there. I'm not going to lie about that. I had to clean that out for John. But you see him guzzling that Gatorade. Weather right now, and I always love this term and weather forecast. Feels like over 100 degrees. Feels like 107. Well, if it feels like it, it is 107. The thermometer might be registered 93, but it's 107 degrees on these guys out there right now, especially the ones. Can you imagine? We just left Nick P down on Bay Springs. There's no wind. Soukup does have a little wind out here on the main lake, just enough of a breeze. Probably feels like somebody has a hairdryer in your face right now, but Pickwick living up to its July weather predictions.
Absolutely.
And of course, last week we had some highs in the 80s, some lower humidity. Earlier this week they had rain, wind, clouds. Not on tournament day.
when it gets on up there 95 and above, it's just hot.
With 3,000% humidity.
I don't care if it's 107, 93, 5, 96. It's just, man, was it, hot.
Splitting hairs, as they say at that point, Dudley. Back over to Michael Brewer, who's within sight of the concrete, and I can promise you, I fished here many days, he is feeling that 107. Probably feels more like 130 where he's at with all the rocks and concrete on that area of Pickwick and no wind.
And to have a life jacket.
And you have to have the life jacket on. Hooked up.
That one's going to keep.
Boat flip everything he says.
I ain't supposed to be biting that worm.
I think he was trying to boat flip that one in the cameraman's pocket, Dudley.
Yeah. Won't far off.
It would have fit. Just going to tighten up the boat flip a little bit. Unfortunately, that's not going to make the team for Michael. We're going to go from one stretch of concrete to another. Getting word that Keith Carson has found some concrete as well, which is interesting.
So,
he's down.
I'm here throwing this general around the lock here because I cannot get anything going up shallow. Man, the last 10 fish I've caught haven't even measured 15 inches. And it kind of blows my mind because every fish I caught in practice was a keeper. And I'm getting bites, you know. I've had like, I don't know, 10, 12 bites or so, but none of them are keepers in the last like 4 hours. So I'm just trying to pick something up here, trying to figure something out. You know, I'm just gonna keep going. We got like an hour to catch 3 more. So it's just like, it's just dead. I feel like the water's dropping. I'm not sure, I just feel like it is. So that's kind of why I'm out here. I had a really good bite here in practice, flicking this thing around, so I don't know. Here we go. Oh,
Carson.
wow, that's not what we're looking for. Wow, giant.
Small fish for Keith.
Shoot.
Not going to make the grade. Dave, talk about this vertical presentation right here. You know, I always think lock walls act almost as like a bluff wall. I mean, super deep water. You get some water movement because of barge traffic and things. So these fish are opportunistic. They'll sit down there and wait on those lock discharges. Is that what we're seeing Keith do here?
Yeah. Again, when you're fishing anything vertical like that, you're going to be dealing with a lot of these fish are going to be suspended. They're not necessarily holding on the top. Pretty obvious with a sheer faced wall like that. But, you know, the rate of fall and where they're positioned at in on these structures is going to be very critical in your bait choice. So him using a wacky worm, I think, is a good
kind of covering the entire spectrum.
Water,
there.
yes,
absolutely. Well, a guy that covers the spectrum better than anybody, he's out there bebopping and flip flopping, I'm sure, as he would say. Our man, Fat Cat Newton, out on the water on Pickwick. I'll promise you, drinking some water today. Let's hear from the big cat.
All right, folks, we put that hammer down southbound, busting the gate, doing 68. Come on down here around that Bear Creek area here on Pickwick Lake and found Sean Murphy. Sean Murphy has been cold straight whacking him. It seems like he's really moved up that leaderboard. Right now, he said he's got about 15 and a half pounds in the live well. Talking to him, asking him how he caught most of them. Most of his good fish have come off of a jig. He's throwing that jig, and he says what he's been doing is he'll drag the jig, catch one, and then he strokes him. He's been catching most of his fish just stroking that jig. So he says right now it's about, I don't know, it's in that 1 o'clock area right now. He said that dinner bell is going to start ringing around 1:30. And I think he's right, because earlier this morning, like I've been saying over and over, the dam, they were pulling about 9,000. I said 17,000. When I just checked again, they're pulling about 45,000 right now. We're probably 30 miles or so from the dam, so it's going to take a second for it to start pulling here. But like he said, around 1:30, you're starting to see those those buoys this morning, they're straight up. And as time goes on, they start leaning. Now they got that gangster lean. You could tell that current is ripping because them things just laid over. So one more cool story about Sean Murphy he was talking about, and I've been hearing this from a lot of guys this week about Pickwick. It's a known lake for that ledge fishing, community holes and all that. But what I'm hearing from a lot of the anglers is this word: sneaky. Got to find that sneaky spot. I got to get away from everybody. So Sean went to his sneaky spot this morning. Eased up around that sneaky spot, went around the corner. Somebody was in that sneaky spot. Guess who it was? It was that two-time champ, John Hookup Soukup. So Sean, being the class act he is, he eased up in. He said, hey, man, I found some fish here. You mind if I fish here too? And John Soukup, the class act he is, he said, sure, man, go ahead. Didn't pan out for Sean Murphy, so we went ahead and backed out and came back down, run around fishing offshore stuff. He said he was tickled to come to Pickwick. He's an offshore fisherman. Oh, he's got one right now. Speaking of that, he's got it bent up. There we go. Yeah. Go Big Belly Kelly. Boom goes the dynamite. That's what I'm talking about. There you go. Sean Murphy doing work out here on Pickwick Lake. Atta boy. I don't even know what I was talking about before that. Look at him. That's going to call right there. Like I said, it's right around 1:30. That current's going to pick up. I think he's going to be doing that. Now, he is first flight, so he has to check in at 4. But if he checks in at 4 today, you know what that means tomorrow? He checks in at 6. He's going to have a long day tomorrow to capitalize on this current that he's been talking about. His favorite way to fish, guess what? Offshore. He said he hasn't been able to do it a while, so he had to knock the rust off during practice, but he's feeling himself like y'all just saw. Lands on time, boy. This offshore game, it might be right up Sean Murphy's alley, so can't wait to see what he does tomorrow. I can't wait to see what he brings in the scale, because we're about to put the hammer down northbound, head back to the house, so he's probably got about 16 on a live well now. Come weigh in, might be 26, who knows? So y'all make sure y'all stay tuned and get ready for that weigh-in coming up soon. David Dudley and Luke Duncan. I think I lost about 15 pounds.
I'm glad they cut him off there.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be shamed, sweat shame from Fat Cat.
I didn't know
We're
where that
sweating
was
too,
going.
okay?
Yeah.
And I'd like to say, you know, they had to work on a restroom earlier. We had to, you know,
water bottle it up.
Hey, speak for yourself, Dudley. I was more professional than that. I did see you in the corner, though. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, Fat Cat. It's not all roses in here. The beautiful Pickwick Landing State Park. But after I saw the feels like 107, I am not jealous of the position Fat Cat is in. Did you notice that every time we go to him, he's unbuttoning another button on his shirt as well? I don't know if he's trying to. He knows how much love you got being shirtless in the last event. I mean, are we leaning that way? Is it a tease? Like, what are we doing?
I don't know.
We've got an hour and a half left in the coverage. Like, what are we going to get into here with the big cat?
His shirt is definitely getting close to
loose
being
with
off.
He's getting loose with it. Familiar scene. Staring at those electronics and begging for a bite. Mark Schilling, as we said earlier, his, first part of the day really had a great number of bites, came up on some schooling fish, just not the size. Saw him catch one nice fish cranking earlier, but he's really stuck to this offshore game, though.
He has. And, Fat Cat just mentioned, they're pumping what do you say, 45 or 40 something?
14. It went on this end, on the Pickwick end, it had cranked up to a little over 14, 15,000. They were projecting 25,000 cubic feet per second by this afternoon.
Dang.
Paired with another mid 20,000, 25 to 28 out of the Wilson Dam end.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse Millsaps, who spent some time in our unofficial top 10 today.
My leader, my knot turned
and
my angle.
A lot this year has spent some time in our top 10 for sure. Every event.
Man,
he's got a hot mess right now. This is the David Dudley hot mess of the day right here.
Yes,
I think this is it. This looks like you. Looks like something you would be doing. I'm going to be honest.
Yep.
He's got the scissors out. He's
cutting. A lot of times with spinning rods, you're going to run into some trouble like that. But
I love spinning rods, but that makes me hate them at times. Wind knots, especially we use braid now a lot more. Knots up and
we'll see how fast him hands can tie.
He's tied on a
world record F1 knot. That was
he did retie. He retied his leader.
Though. He got that leader tied up pretty quick.
Yes, he did.
There's a fish on my
Dudley, the advances and
oh, this crap. Come on, stay hooked.
Oh, no. That is Dudley all the way right there.
Hot mess of the day. Congratulations, Jesse Millsaps.
Handline this fish. Look, it's a stripe for white bass.
Oh.
Oh, that was great. Why couldn't you be a bass?
Do you have that thing tied onto a beer can? I've seen that trick down in some of the Mexican lakes I've fished.
I felt that fish hit it while I was holding it in my hand.
I would hope so.
I would think he needs to retie after that. I'm not sure what just happened, but
why couldn't it have been?
We're going to need to post that on the NPFL TikTok. Get Jesse some views. That was talent.
I don't know, but we got him in. He was the wrong species, but we got him in. Oh, we done drifted way off.
Oh, me. The beauty of live coverage here.
One thing I like about this lake, it's not, I do like lakes that are built up, beautiful docks and houses, and it has its own look. But this lake really is a gorgeous lake, as far as scenery. It really gives you the feel of being in nature. It's not built up quite as much as other lakes.
Talk about that on TV.
That we've been to.
And you better drop.
I'm looking at.
Huh?
There's no telling.
What is that?
I'm a big coon hunter, so.
It might catch one. I don't know. Every now and then it might. I don't know. My line got tangled up in my reel. I was trying to retie, and I felt the fish hit it. And I was like, oh crap, I got one. He was of the wrong species though.
What you were saying there, Dudley, Pickwick Lake it's truly one of the most beautiful
Here, I'm gonna get it.
lakes on the Tennessee River.
Yes, it is.
Not a lot of residential areas, and it's a flood lake.
Yep.
You know, all the Tennessee River starts up above Knoxville. It all kind of dumps to Pickwick and then to Kentucky Lake before it goes out in the Ohio River. So certainly a floodplain. So we don't see a lot of residential action, but you do on the lower end. Got Keith Carson. This may be another hot mess. He's getting some gas right now. Where's he going?
He's getting ready to make a long run?
I think he's got a lot of time left in his day. It's a more than 40-mile run down to Bay Springs. It took him almost an hour. He told me he thought this morning in his boat, and he felt like that's what it would take. So it looks like that could be the case, man. He's gonna. There's definitely something coming, because we've seen him abandon his game plan for the first time. We've covered him all year, right? That he's that confidence. It's like Soukup in that his confidence is waning in what he's doing. He's second guessing himself. We're seeing him down around the lock walls. Now we're seeing him getting gas. It is certainly, the times they are changing. And I said, Dudley, all year, this would be the shakeup event. Not only the fact that it's the halfway point in the year, but Pickwick is not easy. It's just not. But in particular in July, even with the amounts of fish, these fish, particularly the offshore fish, this place gets an immense amount of fishing pressure, whether that be from local tournament anglers, just local people fun fishing guides, tons of tournaments here. The Bay Springs area does it well. So by July, and we have a 12-month fishing season. It's not like up north where, we have tournaments 12 months out of the year here. So these fish are very educated by this point in the summer.
By July?
Yes, they've seen the tricks.
Would you say by July, have the majority of these fish been caught 2, 3, or 4 times?
I'd say more than 2, yeah, 2 or 3.
I will say
some of those big community hole schools for sure. You'll catch them with hook holes, coal marks. I mean, they get.
I'm gonna say
the
majority of them by July have been caught 4 times from January. Let's just say from January.
The ones that are willing to bite. Now there's some 8 to 10 pounders swimming around out there, like, drop shot.
I learned that when I was 4 pounds. I caught. I did that when I was 6 pounds.
I made that boat ride on that hair jig. Then I'm not doing that again. So they're certainly educated.
And I had one bite, so it's just a slow process. It's not easy by no means. It's just there's fish out here. I mean, I'm sitting on a school of fish just dragging through them, and I've caught 2 of them because I know they're bass, because I've caught 2 over 2 pound. They're 2.5, 2.25 pounders. So I know they're bass. They're still here. It's just a matter. I feel like we need one more of them. I'd like to get one more before we leave this area. Need a big bite. If I get one more big bite, I'll be all right for day 1. But man, it's tough. We're seeing them. They're here. It's just getting one to commit and actually eat it.
Jesse is echoing that, Dudley, what we're talking about there. They're just, he's seeing them.
And the hair jig. I haven't been a bit on the hair jig. My last 2 fish come on, one on a shaky head and one on a drop shot. So still just, you got to drag it so slow, and I'm throwing a little 3-inch worm just to try to get bites.
Wow, 3-inch
finesse.
You see them down there, and you know they're there, and I've switched baits up, trying, different baits, trying to get some bites, and you just got to keep casting at them, and hopefully you get one in front of one of them and he's willing to eat it. But I mean, the conditions are set up. The fish they're backed off of where they should be from the feeding pattern, so you're not going to get as many bites. But you just have to keep casting at them with different lures, and see what you can get one to commit. I think they're supposed to crank the water back up around 4 this afternoon, so there's going to be a window from probably 4 to 6 that the bites should get better. Those guys in a later flight, I mean, if they commit to it long enough and stay out here. That's the thing, you got to be able to commit to it and stay out here long enough to catch them. If you get discouraged and think, man, I'm not getting the bites, I'm not catching 50 fish a day. I mean, it's July and you're not going to catch. I've not been able to catch 50 a day out here, so.
Seems like every stop.
A ton when I was there, and
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Jake Schultz, Norco Tackle.
My name's Frank Ramsey, TH Marine Pro.
NPFL, TH Marine Pro, Shane Cole here.
I want to talk to y'all a little bit about some TH Marine products.
Been on staff for quite a few years, boats loaded from bow to stern.
Hey, what I want to do is discuss some really important tools on my boat.
This is our jack plate.
It's the steer blocks.
It's the troll tamer.
Sometimes you either got to go across skinny water, hop over something skinny, get over a log jam, and there's no better way to do any of that than with the TH jack plate.
So the steer blocks, keep the motor from going from side to side, going down the highway. It's just a safe feature that TH Marine has come up with.
I live up on the Great Lake, so you have to have something to keep that trolling motor secure. It locks to your boat, does not move.
And TH Marine just makes such a quality product.
Can't beat their products.
I wouldn't fish without it.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
Check out everything on thmarine.com.
right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
If you guys come to Pickwick to do some fishing, make sure you come down here to the Tennessee River Museum. They've got history on the Shiloh tribe, they've got history on the Civil War, history on the commercial fishing for mussels. Come to the Tennessee River Museum and learn everything you need to know. We're at the Tennessee Street Park off of Tennessee Street here in Savannah. This place is awesome. If you're looking for a place to relax and not spend a dime, just spend some time, the street park is the place to come. They've got slides, they've got plenty of activities for the kids to do. They've got a good picnic area, they have a concession stand, they have clean bathrooms, they have splash pads. They've got everything you need to do to enjoy a piece of Hardin County, Tennessee. So make sure you come and have a good time. All right, folks, here we are at the Shiloh National Park with Alan Etheridge, the superintendent of this marvelous place. A lot of history here. Alan's will give us a little tidbit on why you need to come check this marvelous place out.
Thanks, Fat Cat. We'd love for your viewers to come out to Shiloh National Military Park. There's so much to do. We've got a 5,000 acre battlefield that commemorates the April 6th, April 7th, 1862 Civil War battle, one of the largest battles in the Western Theater of the Civil War with Ulysses S. Grant. We've got a 13-mile scenic drive where it's a beautiful drive. You can run, walk, bring your dog. There's 220 cannons to see, over 150 monuments, a great park movie, and right behind us is the National Cemetery where we have almost 4,000 burials, most of them from the Battle of Shiloh.
We just got done watching an awesome demonstration. They run demos 7 days a week from Memorial Day to Labor Day. Awesome place. We had a great time. So make sure when you're in town, you come visit the Shiloh National Park.
Raw Rimmer. Aim. Fire.
Here we are at Pickwick Landing State Park. This facility is stacked up with all the amenities that you need to have a wonderful vacation. From a golf course to a newly renovated lodge with an indoor-outdoor pool, beach area, your own boat launch, everything that you need to have a great vacation is right here at the Pickwick Landing State Park. When you come to Hardin County, these are the places you need to check out.
Got me a hook in my hand.
Michael Brewer moving around a lot on the upper end of Pickwick right now. He is switched up. Dudley, he's fishing some bluffs up there. There's a lot of beautiful bluff banks on that end of the lake. And I am. Michael's got a 5 p.m. weigh-in, and I don't know if he's just lost confidence in his lower end stuff. He's very confident on this end of the lake, like I've said. And I don't know if he's playing that waiting game. You know, it's 2 o'clock. I said he's got a fast boat. That run's not far for him. Maybe he's just trying to catch a couple fish and then go do work down the lake.
Oh, that was ugly.
So, of course, got to take a look at Hardin County. Fat Cat Newton during the break there. Beautiful Hardin County, Tennessee. And Michael Brewer right now is a long ways from Hardin County. He's on the Alabama end of Pickwick. Very upper end, close to Florence, Alabama. But this area is so famous in the bass fishing world, in the history really of our country with the Civil War, Native American history. It's a great place to come visit. Everything this week, of course, for us, boots on the ground, is at the beautiful Pickwick Landing State Park Lodge and facilities where the drive-through weigh-in will be this afternoon. They recently did a $12 million renovation here, and it is, there's not a bad room in the house, is there, Dudley? Like the views are $1 million views, to say the least. You know, Dudley, I feel like I realized that you like those windows. You are kind of you like to show off. So I think we've seen that in life from you a couple times. You know, from magazine covers to Skype feeds, you know, you really like to show off. So he likes the windows for the view. And I think he's showing off. He's showing off at times. Entering our last hour of coverage here, as you can tell, folks, we're they were watching NPFL live at Harris Chain. Your fan club follows you everywhere you go. One more hour to go here on Pickwick Lake, Counts, Tennessee. And as we take a look, entering this final hour at the final unofficial leaderboard, final hour here. Get a look there at Shiloh as well, Shiloh Battlefield. I know the Big Cat was there, and see that in the background there, but one of the many sites here in Hardin County, Tennessee. The Battle of Shiloh took place. I wonder if any of our anglers that are getting crowded on their community holes will hire this guy to stand guard tomorrow. Musket fire. And now, as the smoke settles, Dudley, the unofficial leaderboard. Josh Ray, 19 pounds unofficially. Second place, Mike Nugent, a new name. The fully loaded pro, Mike Nugent, with a fully loaded live well, a little over 15 pounds. Mike Como, who sat in the top spot for the majority of the day, has slid to third unofficially. Sean Murphy, the Kentucky angler, showing at 14 pounds, but we've seen him make a couple of culls. We had a big cat update with him. I think he's going to be closer to that 16-pound plus range there. Dan Blacker, a new name in the top 10 unofficially. Ryan Chandler, Bryant Smith, Bob Burley, Buck Mallory, a new visitor to the top 10, and rounding it out unofficially with William Fletcher. Things are changing fast. Afternoon delight is starting to take place, and there's a lot of shuffling. Maybe guys are getting back into service, Dudley. That could be the case, but I feel like we're seeing the fish catches really coming in. This drive-through weigh-in at Pickwick Landing State Park, 4:30 p.m. is where the unofficial weight will become official. And let's take a look back at some of the action from today out here on the Tennessee River. Birthday boy Brandon Perkins got off to a solid start this morning. You know, unofficially, Brandon's one of those guys that I'm going to have a talk with the weigh-in. You know, he's updated his weigh live app, but unofficially he's at 9 pounds 15 ounces, and we've seen 2 bass in his live well that I believe will weigh almost 8 pounds collectively. He's got a great bag. I think unofficially he's going to be closer to our top 10 right now for sure. David Gaston, same thing. Dave's guessing. Yeah, that's right.
Look at that.
Jesse Millsap's hot mess of the day, the David Dudley hot mess of the day, catching them hand winding them in, catching them with water bottles in his hands. But Jesse having a good day, but that grit and grind, I would like to say, just finessing his way through. He's looking at a big school on his forward facing son. The David Dudley hot mess. We need a graphic for that. We need a David Dudley hot mess of the day graphic, I believe. For when chaos strikes, David Dudley will be there. Back out live now to Jesse Millsaps.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Uh-oh. Don't jump. Stay on.
And something crazy could happen right here because it's Jesse.
What's wrong
Hooked up.
Come on. Come on. Come in. Come in. Come on. Get in this boat. Yes. Come off in the boat.
Oh, hot mess. There we go again. We could just really just flash that graphic every time we get on Jesse here.
Oh, he's almost 16.
Jesse was sitting on 4 fish unofficially, so that's gonna give him 5.
2, 4.
See that blue tint to that live well. G-Juice by T.H. Marine. Gatorade for Fish, the official
It took us a while, but we finally got
drink of the largemouth bass in the league.
I finally got lined up on
T.H. Marine, the official fish care provider, the National Professional Fishing League. These guys are taking all the measures possible to keep these bass alive. They'll be returned kicking back into Pickwick Lake this afternoon after the drive-through weigh-in.
Look in that box. You see that box?
I'm going to need a look at the box. He's wanting them to look in his box here.
Whoa.
Jesse, we need to see the chaos.
I need long enough.
We're going to need.
Hands are slippery with our wet.
He's lighting it up here a little bit here in the last 20 minutes, wouldn't you say?
He is.
And what I like about Jesse, he's not around. I don't think. I haven't seen many people around him.
No, he's been by
himself. And you can manage, like I said, if you can get a couple schools by yourself and manage them and rotate on them, you could be a big threat in this game.
No doubt about it.
Big threat.
Give me 12 pounds.
And he said all day, he's looking at 12. Countless numbers of fish on his electronics. But Jesse's a little bit of a hole sitter. I'll say, you know what I mean? He's a camper. He's not ran around. We heard that with Brandon Perkins from Fat Cat. He said, man,
yeah, I knew if I could
he's
get
pulling
12,
up,
I'd
idling a
stay in the
spot,
hunt.
checking
I mean,
to see where the
honestly,
school's at,
somebody's
then
gonna
moving
wreck.
on,
Somebody's gonna catch
trying to
it.
get on an active school,
Just
trying
the
to
way
make
it
sure their
is.
positioned right.
Could
And Jesse's posted up.
You can make 12, 13 pound this time of year. I mean, you're gonna go a long ways. It's just July. It's tough. I mean, this place has been beat on. When I was here in pre-practice, it was crazy how many people were here. And if it don't rain Saturday, you wait to see the boat traffic.
You know, Dudley, Jesse is
It took us till
talking there about
212.
his weight estimates.
210, 212, something like that to get a limit. That's 6 hours to catch a limit. And what was bad, when we went by this place, someone was here. When we first went by and went down, remember there was a boat sitting here. So it's critical. I feel like with what I'm doing, I can go behind guys and catch them. With that max scent, that flatworm.
Luke, could a man on this lake, we know where massive schools are. You can find them pretty easily if you know what you're looking for. Could a man get a milk run of 20 fish schools? You know what I'm saying? Like not the massive schools, but get in a rotation, because Jimmy has laid word of, you know, I see 20 or 30 there. We haven't really seen him move. I don't know if he's moved a couple little different bars.
What a grind
but
today.
Would that be a strategy on this home lake? Is that something that you would maybe consider doing, is just saying, hey, I'm going to develop my whole practice on finding 20 to 30 fish schools?
For me personally, Dudley, the big schools get the most attention because they're on the community holes for obvious reasons. It's natural stopping grounds. But the guy that figures the things out, like some creek channel stuff, smaller schools of bass, some back channel type things, those big schools are attractive because they're easier to find, like you're saying, but they get hooked up a lot. And for me, the 20 fish schools, a lot of times you get your better fish in those. And let's be honest, in this age of electronics, things are changing so much. These fish get rode over so many times. I feel like they're adjusting. Keith Carson, back in the dirt.
Small. Man. I don't know. They were not this small in practice. They were good ones. I don't think he's 15 inches. 15 inches is kind of long, too. Gosh. Oh, man.
I'm going off the unofficial leaderboard, 14, Luke, and I'm just throwing this out there.
I just cannot catch a keeper. I had a good bite here 2 days ago. Too. It's like, man, how many can I catch that are 14 3/4? I'm not even like worried about weight right now. I'm just like trying to catch 3. Shoot.
Dudley, I've got to say, just real quick, because I really,
I mean, it's.
I like to be right. And so far, this your bold prediction. How are we feeling in this last hour so far?
How do you want your steak? Medium, medium well.
I mean, I'm just saying one of the greatest shallow water anglers maybe ever has got 2 bass in the boat. Yeah, hey, how you feeling?
All right.
How you feeling right now?
Let's change the subject a little bit.
We
now.
may have to travel to some exclusive steak restaurant for this dinner because it's going to taste delicious.
So let me throw this
Oh, you
at
changed
you.
it. So, okay.
Yeah. So we got 3 anglers right now. And that weight tracker could be off, but we got the top 3 in AOY. I'm not going to say choking, but I kind of am saying choking
we
up a
talked
little
about
bit.
it last night on the round table. I've talked about it on my podcast. We've talked about it all. This event was going to be
the shakeup.
The shakeup.
And you got the 3.
The
3
guys.
Top 3 that are sitting at the back end of this day with he's sitting on 2, Soukup.
2. Hook up with 2.
And Nick, he's got a few fish, but nothing strong.
I don't think Nick's got more than 3 or 4 keepers unless something's on the way live going on there. Not a lot of service at Bay Springs at times.
Right. Well, I said nobody in the below 5th place would have a chance. I might be eating crow on that one after this tournament's over.
You're going to eat crow on a lot of things.
You just be quiet, man. You just be quiet.
I mean, nobody can win Angler of the Year from beyond 5th place, and the shallow water guys are going to get me a steak dinner, he says this morning.
You're getting a sirloin. I didn't say what muscle. You're getting a sirloin muscle. I feel
like when you win a bet, you get to pick said steak. That's how I feel like this should go.
Getting you hamburger steak is what
I like a hamburger steak, Dudley. They got a good one at the Outpost here in
There you
Tennessee.
go.
Of our AOY leaders inside that top 5, though, Dudley, Brandon Perkins and David Gaston, of the 10 anglers we're watching today and on the unofficial leaderboard, are mixing it up.
Come on, fish. I took my trigger curl leg off.
Another guy that was in our top 10 coming into this in the Progressive Angler of the Year, Bryant Smith from California. Unofficially have him in 8th place right now. He's been a super consistent angler.
This Berkeley trigger crawl is you first measure with the hook where it's going to come out. So it's going to come out like right about there. Take your jig skirt, bring it back, go right in the dead center. Pinch it. Make sure you keep pinching your fingers. You don't want your fingers separate or anything like that. Pinch them together. Keep it tight. Come out right where you had already measured. Push the skirt forward. Slide it up, and then it's perfect. Dead center. If it's not dead center, it's not going to swim straight. After you do, put it in the water and make sure it swims right. Yep, there we go. Come on, please, keep her somewhere. That's 2 bites. Where I've hardly moved the boat.
Keith is always so gracious to share tips with our viewers.
Yes.
One of the greatest guys in breaking down what he's doing, the tackle he uses, and showing you rigging options. Good stuff from Keith Carson. And we are going to take a quick break. Check in with our fine sponsors that bring you the NPFL Live and this stop number 4, this shake-up event presented by Progressive Insurance. We will see you on the other side for more Pickwick Lake action.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result? A vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1. They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
Hey, David. Why don't you give us
Back with David Gaston.
your morning, your afternoon?
Well, we really didn't have a morning. It's been real slow. We ain't got no wind. As you can see, it's slick. I had some missed opportunities today. Hopefully we can make up for them tomorrow or this evening. Still got a long way to go. Current really ain't pushing like you need it to do to catch these fish. And, you know, it affects everybody. I mean, I've had some bites. I think I've caught about maybe 8 or 9 fish today. About to make a little move here in just a second. Run back through some stuff. Caught some fish earlier. See if we can't stick us another good one. Just really need that wind to pick up.
You know about roughly what you got in the tank?
I'm gonna say just to be safe, I got 12 pounds, which should be right up there at the check line. But who knows? These guys gonna catch them good. Not the start I was liking to have for this tournament for sure.
Are you gonna blame your cameraman again?
Oh, it's the cameraman's fault.
All day, every day.
It ain't ever not been. to make a drastic little move. Yeah, we're going to take a ride. Didn't realize how long of a run it was up here till this morning.
David Gaston going to make a little move. One of our anglers in the top 5 of the Progressive AOY that's hanging in there today. Of course, all of our anglers in the field fish all 3 days here on Pickwick with the NPFL. So your tournament's not exactly decided in day 1.
Yeah, I was just about to leave.
Do have a chance to come back. AOY leader Nikki P.
About an hour and a half before we got to head back to the ramp for check-in, and bite's been real tough here. A lot of short strikes. They're still getting a lot of bites. I've probably had, I don't know, at least 10 to 15 bites, maybe more than that, but definitely ain't like how it was in pre-fishing. I think this bright sun and just this weather, I guess it's making it tough on these fish here. I either got to go super deep tomorrow, because I think the weather's going to be the same tomorrow. I've had one nice fish and 4 other keepers and missed several, like I said, but don't know how big they were. Right now I'm fishing all this flooded timber. There's flooded timber in about 6 to 8 foot of water. And it's scattered throughout this creek here. Now.
Back over to Michael Brewer, who, as I predicted earlier in the day, would find him some concrete. It's a familiar sight to him. He enjoys being in the tail races of these dams, which on the entire Tennessee River chain, Dudley, they have an incredible population of not only game fish, but a lot of bait fish, and which,
and that's of course critical for the health of a lake.
No doubt.
But
he is literally against. He right now in this moment is as far from us by water as he can get. He can't go through that dam. He is against the dam. He cannot get any further from Pickwick Landing State Park, fishing the face of Wilson Dam.
It is.
I'd like to hear Michael tell, kind of walk us through. I'd like to hear him tell his thought process for the day. Because I knew his game plan talking to him last night, what he thought he was going to do, and this was always an option for him on this lake. But to see him really kind of scrap the offshore plan that he did have. He spends a lot of time offshore on this lake and spend a lot of time up here on this end. It's surprising for me, talking strategy with him and knowing his fishing style this time of year on Pickwick.
Of course we know that you always have a home lake advantage, but you also have a home lake curse.
That's right, home lake demons.
And being, caught in going to holes that efficient history.
Yeah,
right?
That's right.
And
when you're having a tough day, everything jumps out at you like a neon sign. Oh, I caught one there. I caught one there. I've caught one there. And, man, it can be a nightmare.
Yes. And
and sometimes in bass fishing we see this. You don't know what you don't know. And it can help you when you go to a lake that you've never been to. You're like, I don't know that this is supposed to be the biggest community hole. I'm just gonna. It's a good spot for me, Mm-hmm. And we see that so much. It's hard to win as a local.
He is definitely great. He's after any keeper, anything. Carson knows he's up there in AOY. He needs to salvage some points in this next hour or two. Like he needs to somehow pull a rabbit out.
Definitely.
There's so many fish in this lake. To him, he feels certain he could pull it off shallow.
Well, and I feel like a lot of people watching at home that have either fished at Pickwick or keep up with Pickwick, and how many 2.5 to 3 pounders do live in this place. I mean, it is a fish factory, but when it's stingy, it's stingy. Hooked up, Keith Carson. I don't know if that one's going to make it back to the drive-through weigh-in, Dudley.
I don't think so.
I don't think I'll make it. I think he's too small again. Yeah, 13 3/4.
You know what the problem with that fish was, Dudley?
Okay.
What's that?
His tail was too close to his mouth.
Pincher's off.
You're welcome for that dad joke.
This is where it could get dangerous.
This is a guy that can get dangerous in these last few hours. Woo! Chad Aaron. When he set the hook, Dudley, I thought...
Speed worm. Speed worm.
I'm not going to tell you right now what he told. Chad and I actually fished a tournament together Saturday. We got our brains beat out. But he was telling me about this little deal right here, and I'm not gonna spill the goods on it on day one. You have to stick around to Showdown Saturday, but definitely using a little different worm out there on those ledges.
Than the traditional
old
monster
that's right.
worm.
All right. That's 3, finally. Goodness.
Chad is a guy that knows, and I sound redundant saying it, that within it's 2:30. We go off live at 3 p.m.
2.5,
but the flights do not start checking until 4, and then it goes all the way to 6. I believe Chad was in he was boat 7, so he's going to be due in at 4. But he's got an hour and a half left in his day. He's a guy that knows he's going to hear that ding, 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 ding. That dinner bell could ring, but on his way back in. Over 300 waypoints in his graph for Pickwick Lake, he told me last night.
Wow.
So certainly a lot of history. Back over to Jesse Millsaps. And Jesse is a guy that really, really good Lake Eufaula fisherman, and they do the offshore ledge thing at Eufaula quite a bit. A lot of the ledge techniques that we use, Tom Mann actually came up with on the shores of Lake Eufaula. And you know, Dudley, there's been a lot of talk about the hair jig.
7-pounder.
The preacher jig actually came from Lake Eufaula. That was one of the first places that it started dominating down there years ago.
And Bobby Paget was the one who kind of brought that to the forefront, wouldn't you say?
1,000,000%.
Was that his preacher that
for all
built
you?
How did it become the
I don't know.
preacher
I've never heard the story on how. And I always until the fame of the David Allen shuttlecock hair jig took over Pickwick Lake, I always called them preacher jigs instead of hair jigs. That's what I've always called them, you know, growing up. And that dates back to the 80s and 90s. I mean, but it wasn't cool to throw a hair jig, but it is now. Well, we've seen guys on other tours. We've seen Jacob Wheeler use it.
Absolutely.
We've seen Kevin Van Dam use it. I mean, hair jig's a very popular lure.
It to me, it was always a striper lure.
Yeah, that's right. It's a great point.
You know, but I reckon the preacher got on his knees and started preaching. And started catching,
praying them bass would eat it.
Yep, maybe that's where it came from. I don't know.
You know, I just think that it's like any other lure and technique. It started to get more versatile.
Yes.
Because guys, it's getting more popular. So you may not be a guy that lives on the Tennessee River or Ledge Lake, but you're buying one because you're seeing them in a tournament. You go throw it shallow and catch one on it. You get it is a versatile lure.
Let's get a little bit deeper on that. The old school bucktail that we knew growing up was just a straight hair, like 3 inches long.
Yes, small jig.
The design over a course of the last 10 years have made that bucktail life.
Yeah, they're bigger, bulkier. The type feathers used to.
They started getting very technical in what they use, and I think the explosion of it was really the design of the hair, the feathers, the whole 9 yards, and we've. On these high-pressured lakes, just a quiet little subtle shad swimming through a school of bass. Yep. Doink.
Well, that's the deal with the shuttlecock we're talking about. It features rooster feathers, is what he said. David Allen even wants to get a pet rooster. He's so obsessed with chickens, But the way those things twist in the water and flare out when you kill that rod, and you'll see, like we saw with David Gaston earlier, using that
just that subtle
three or four cranks on the reel handle, and then kill it, and that thing flares out, and it's a reaction bite. But at the same time, it's subtle.
It's a subtle power.
Sure.
Would you go with this?
Yeah.
It's a subtle power.
Definitely.
Bait.
You can cover a lot of water with it.
So when we say flare, just to give a mental picture of what we're talking about, subtle movement is what shads make. They don't really make a big movement.
Right.
And when we're talking about a finesse power bait, when them feathers flare and when that hair just pulses in the water
all day.
To a bass, that's a subtle, like that shad
day.
is swimming.
He would have to be catching something or he still wouldn't be there.
Hearing Jesse start to look around. Got to keep your head on a swivel on your other offshore spots. He's saying somebody has been within sight of him all day. It's probably Josh Ray. He hasn't left. From Jesse Millsaps over to David Gaston.
There he is.
Whoa.
There went a 5-pounder.
David was actually hung.
Dadgummit.
Oh my gosh.
Just lose it?
Yeah.
Did you see that he was actually hung? The fish actually ate the bait.
Still, and he got hung up again.
No, he's throwing a spoon. He's throwing a spoon. My bad. I just realized that.
Yeah, I lost him.
Throwing a spoon. And unfortunately, Dudley, with a spoon, what happens a lot?
You're going to lose.
You're going to lose him.
Yeah, you got to accept that fact.
Yeah, I thought he was actually snapped when we first went to him. That's my bad on that. No, he's throwing another one of the offshore staples, the big flutter spoon. He's not giving it much of a flutter, more of a almost hitting himself in between the eyes motion.
Yeah.
He's making me tired. David Gaston.
Trying to get the right drift on
the Natchez Trace Bridge.
There's a big one.
He said that fish was a 5-pounder. Oh, hooked up. Afternoon delight, Dudley, back to back. And this is one of those places where they pull up and feed. You can see the current coming around the pilings. If you can keep them from jumping on the spoon, your odds increase.
That's not where you want them, but it'll work.
Ooh, fish. You see that a lot. See that a lot on the spoon. They roll on it, they flash at it, and with that motion, you actually snag the fish at times.
Think about it. It's hard to judge. He sees that spoon ripping up 30 miles an hour, and it comes up, and then it flutters down. It's like trying to shoot a dove. You're not going to always hit a dove in the right place because he ducks and dives. That
I wish
fish
I caught
tried
that
to
big one.
swipe at it, missed it, and he ended up getting him in the side. But the point is, he is around the school, and
when you're hooking them like that too, there's a lot of them around. Made a cull with that one. David's quietly, uncharacteristically quiet for him today too. David confident Gaston for sure.
And to see not a single cast with a swim jig.
Or a frog.
That's like seeing me not throwing a wacky worm. What? We got David unofficially in 15th place, but
So he's going to be a little higher than that by the end of the day.
He's north of that. He's north of 11 pounds. Okay, yeah.
For sure.
And remember, he lost a 3 and early this morning.
Yeah, at least a 3.
Yeah, and then he lost a 5 just then.
Go from, get a look at Gaston here.
Let's get back up there
back
too.
to the pylon with his spoon.
Man, I wish I'd have caught that other one. That was a big one. You see him jump on
right
camera?
there.
He did. Oh, that was a good one.
Drifted down immediately, like he wasn't spot locked down on the spot. Slides back.
5 pound probably.
That current is starting to, and
5-6
the
pound.
area he's in, Dudley, this is a big deal too.
Big
The
old
lake gets a
fish.
little wider down here on this end.
Did what he was supposed to. It was sinking.
It's really right before it starts to open up. It's still narrow, more of a river there than an actual lake width-wise, and that current really starts to neck down right there, particularly around that bridge. So he's feeling those current effects. Out to the birthday boy. Oh, we had some service issues with Brandon Perkins there on his birthday. To Chad Aaron, an area he started in this morning. Made a move from an offshore area, fishing around some docks. Dudley, do you ever get nervous around docks like that because of all the money sitting in those boats? You know, it can get testy sometimes. Some of the boat owners don't like to see us bass fishermen close to
No, they don't.
to those rigs, and I don't blame them.
Well, when you cast like you do, I would be nervous too.
Oh,
but
wow. You know, I appreciate that. You know, I don't even know what to say. I'm giving you a hard time today, though, and I deserve it. And I'm not going to lie, that's why I do get nervous. I'm not sure that they're insured by Progressive, Dudley. If I hit their boat, you know, they might not know Flo as well as you do.
That's right. Me and Flo going to get a dinner tonight.
After the weigh-in here at the Pickwick Landing State Park, come out and see Dudley. He has promised Flo from Progressive will be here. I'm not sure what happens if she doesn't show. It will be interesting either way. Starting at 4:30 p.m. If you see someone that looks a lot like David Dudley in a Progressive apron, you will know you have been duped.
But they called me for a fill-in, you know.
If you see someone that looks like David Dudley on the beach at Pickwick Landing State Park with his shirt off this afternoon, no, you haven't been duped. It is indeed Dudley with his Tropicana out there. Feels like 107. Pressure cooker of a day for a lot of our anglers. The big shakeup that we anticipated thus far has happened in the points, at least as far as day one is concerned, in the Progressive Angler of the Year standings. Of course, it is a long tournament. All anglers fish all 3 days, so they have a chance to redeem themselves. There's no cut after day 2. So far from over, and it is a tough day weight-wise. At the moment, first flight's going to start checking in at 4 p.m. Of course, we go off the air at 3 p.m., so a lot of fishing time left in that afternoon delight time period.
Yeah, a lot
of fishing, especially if you're in that 6 o'clock flight. It's
that's 3 more hours.
A lot. When it takes 5 minutes, 10 minutes to really get right in a hurry on this lake. Somebody in that last flight, I mean,
is going to wreck them. You're not going to have.
They're going to pull up on a place and it's going to be like that Katy Perry song.
Oh,
fireworks going to be going off. That's going to be.
Lordy.
Hey, I'm a pop music fan, Dudley. I'm sorry. I'm cultured.
Cultured. You see him surprised? Are you surprised he's in a marina?
No.
Wow.
No.
I didn't even get that out of my mouth.
I'm not, just because I know Chad and I have a little bit of knowledge of what he's doing here. And Chad was very confident in this area last night, talking to him on the phone. He actually started here. And his exact quote was this, Dudley. He tried to stay away because obviously these areas, high traffic areas, a lot of boat traffic in practice. He tried to stay away, but checked this area with his son Jackson in the boat. The last day of practice in the afternoon, they pulled up and had a ton of bites immediately. Some good fish, super aggressive fish. He says there is a school of fish in this area that is mind-blowing. And he actually said last night, Chad's not an overly confident guy. He said, I hope that I'm just talking to you and Dudley at 9 a.m. about all the fish I just caught by the time you guys go live, because you guys are showing replays, because he was that confident
now,
in
marinas, they can move around a lot.
Oh, he's a big and toad and I'm tangled up. There he is.
David Gaston. Make him. Oh. Meet.
That is
a familiar sight with David Gaston on NPFL Live. He makes moves when he needs to make moves, and this man is making we talked about it. Will he be the guy that falters? He's a frog guy, swim jig guy, and he is saying, you know what, boys, not so fast.
Yep.
I want the Progressive Angler of the Year.
He said, I will show you some offshore talent.
Much bigger than what we got.
I ain't just a swim jig frog guy. I will show you some offshore talent.
That's going to push Gaston.
Not a bad little call.
If it's the call we're making right now, he's got a lot more than
he's got a solid bag.
He does.
He's got a solid bag.
He does. I will put him unofficially in our top 10, even if our leaderboard doesn't reflect that, based on the fact that he is a sandbagger and a liar, and we will have a talk with him about that. Realizes we can see everything here at NPFL Live. While he is sorting it out, making a call, we're going to check in with our sponsors one last time. NPFL Live here at Pickwick Lake, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Mike Nugent, Fully Loaded Pro from Woodville, Texas. Fully Loaded makes a product that's tobacco-free, nicotine-free if you choose that. You can step down from full levels of nicotine all the way down to nothing. It's better than any tobacco I've ever tried, and it's tobacco-free. Fully Loaded started their non-tobacco passion in the kitchen of their home, and it's grown into something huge. Fully Loaded can sign you up for a subscription, and they mail you product at any time that you desire. Search them on Facebook, Instagram. You can go to fullyloadedchew.com, get a can of chew for $1, They'll ship it to you for free, and I promise you're gonna love it.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Jake Schultz, Norco Tackle.
My name's Frank Ramsey, TH Marine Pro.
NPFL, TH Marine Pro, Shane Cole here.
I want to talk to you all a little bit about some TH Marine products.
Been on staff for quite a few years, boats loaded from bow to stern.
Hey, what I want to do is discuss some really important tools on my boat.
This is our jack plate.
It's the steer blocks.
It's the troll tamer.
Sometimes you either got to go across skinny water, hop over something skinny, get over a log jam, and there's no better way to do any of that than with the TH jack plate.
So the steer blocks, you know, keep the motor from going from side to side, going down the highway. It's just a safe feature that TH Marine has come up with.
I live up on the Great Lake, so you have to have something to keep that trolling motor secure. It locks to your boat, does not move.
And TH Marine just makes such a quality product.
Can't beat their products.
I wouldn't fish without it.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
TH Marine.
Check out everything on thmarine.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster. An insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
And we are back in Counts, Tennessee for the final moments here of NPFL Live. We're going to take a look at that unofficial leaderboard, which will remain completely unofficial until the final weigh-in here this afternoon with Big Al McCullough, the drive-through weigh-in. And we got Josh Ray sitting on top with 19 pounds, 2 ounces, and really unofficially a healthy lead there over second place Dan Blackert, Mike Nugent in third place. Mike Como, who's been in our top 10 all day long, held on to that lead for a very long time. Sean Murphy, Ryan Chandler, Rick Langendorfer.
Dang.
That is a name that we have not got to cover this year. He is one of the characters on the NPFL, to say the least. We actually had a golf event. He was a college golfer, and he put it on us, me, Bradley Hallman, and Fat Cat down in Florida. But Rick, the Ohio angler, mixing it up today. Jesse Millsaps, Bryant Smith, and then Bob Burley in 10th place. But Dudley, a guy that we spent a lot of time with all year, but in particular today, David Gaston, the Alabama angler, not registering in that unofficial top 10. That's why it is so important to watch that weigh-in, to check back in later to see those official standings, because Brandon Perkins, he's got a lot more weight in his box than he's saying right now. David Gaston's the same way. And then you have the fact that 3 more hours of fishing time for some guys after we go off live. It's not going to look like this at the end of the day. Now, I do think that 15, 16-pound range is a solid start for today, right? It'll keep you in it, but
little shocked that we haven't seen anything, again, unofficial, but anything in the 20-pound range. If I had 20 pounds, I would be doing everything in my willpower to get it in on the way.
Yeah, that way you get talked about.
Right,
you get talked about here in the NPFL Live studio.
But one more time, we're going to say it again. The dinner bell is about to happen in the next 3 hours.
And it is for David Gaston right now. We're watching it. That flutter spoon is a feeding bait. That's not a reaction bait that much. I mean, they do react to it, but those fish are keying in on shad. They're sitting there nosing the current feeding. It's not dragging a football jig.
Right.
It's not
That's right.
Like we've seen Jesse Millsaps today. finesse fishing, little 3-inch bait on a drop shot, you know,
Crappy
really a
baits.
smallmouth lure.
Yes.
You know, that little flatworm, heard him talk about it. Like, you don't see
Nope,
that a
don't
ton,
see
right?
that much.
So that spoon, that shows you they're starting to fire, man. And I think where David is, the Natchez Trace Bridge area, that will progress throughout the chain going downriver towards Pickwick Dam.
absolutely.
And you're going to start seeing fireworks. So far from undecided on day one here at Pickwick Lake. And I would like to point out, just, you know, as the guys are joining us here in studio, one more time about the steak dinner. You know, we opened the show. If you missed out this morning, Dudley made arguably the boldest prediction of all time, that shallow water fishing would dominate this event and win, dominate the top 10 and win. And Keith Carson, the biggest shocker of the day for me, Keith Carson, sitting on 2 bass right now.
Okay.
What do you have to say
so
for yourself?
let's get real with this. Yes, we know Josh is offshore, but we got Dan, Mike, Sean offshore, Ryan, Rick, Jesse, and Bryant and Robert. 7 of the 10 we don't know about.
Mike Nugent is offshore. I have confirmation on my phone, so
Okay,
you're
well,
wrong again.
all right, baby,
I'm really
baby.
enjoying this because you're always right. So I'm really enjoying this so far. But I do have a little bit of a home field advantage here. I've spent a lot of time on Pickwick Lake, and it has been awesome today getting to showcase one of my favorite lakes and one of my favorite areas in the world, Sweet Home, Tennessee, right here, man. I love Counts area. I love Hardin County and the Pickwick Land and State Park, Dudley. This place has been awesome, right?
It's amazing. I've been here 3 nights now, and I've already talked to my wife about bringing the kids here.
That's awesome.
Bringing them here and having a vacation
a
here.
Dudley family reunion.
Yep.
With
there
your crew.
you go. There you go.
It's an awesome place. Obviously, a little tougher as far as the 10 guys that we cover. Tomorrow, we'll have a camera in the top 10. The guys that are rolling out in the morning, 1 through 10th place, but 1st through 10th, they are the guys that figured it out on day one, right? So when we get in their boats in the morning, they're going to be dialed.
That's
they're going
right.
to be dialed. And today, you know, we've had a mix. We've had a lot of fish catches on camera, had some guys struggling, but tomorrow those guys will have figured out day one and start to unlock the code heading into that showdown Saturday where somebody is going to take home a $50,000 check and this beautiful trophy right over our shoulders at stop number 4, presented by Progressive Insurance.
And when you got day 2, this is why it's so very important to learn about a fishery and the decisions that you make on the water. It's so valuable because tomorrow you're going to see adjustments, you're going to see people rise, you're going to see people fall. But where the learning curve happens, that's why I'm such a live addict fan. If you don't watch, it's like watching 1 quarter of a game. You can't learn much of a game from 1 quarter. So tomorrow, I'm just as excited as today for learning about the adjustments that they're going to make. Is David Gaston going to go back to the bridge? Is Keith Carson going to make a charge and make a different approach somewhere else? So, yes, tomorrow is going to be an exciting day for me. And for hopefully you audiences, that's why it's very important to come back to learn what the whole story is about and what they're doing out on the water.
Absolutely. Of course, the coverage will kick off in the morning, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time on TNPFL.com, YouTube, and our Facebook page as well, Dudley. The weigh-in this afternoon, I know we've talked about it a lot, but it's very important to watch that because that's when everything becomes officially official with Big Al McCullough here at Pickwick Land and State Park. If you are in the area, we encourage you to come out. David Dudley has promised Flo from Progressive will be here. Not so sure about that. If nothing else, you can get a selfie with Dudley. He loves to take them. Come out, meet the big cat, Fat Cat Newton himself. I'll be hanging around to take pictures if I need to. We thank each and every one of you for joining in with us on a long 7-hour coverage day here on a 107 temperature day. Pickwick Lake. We will see you guys in the morning for more NPFL Live and more action from stop number 4, Pickwick Lake in Counts, Tennessee.